today in two respects. One, we have some videotape of him because we were allowed to accompany him over to the Pentagon, and also the impact it had on the people who worked there.
Well, I think quite clearly when the commander-in-chief comes to the Pentagon, it is always a very special time. This was especially emotional. The president has been expressing a desire not only to visit this site, but to go to New York. And to go to New York is much more complex, and he might very well get in the way of things. But he was able to come and offer encouraging words to the firemen, to the workers, to the people who had been doing some of the more grisly work of beginning to remove the remains from the building. Today, that process really did begin. They've been tagging bodies, putting them in body bags, and moving them away.
Now, the president's been walking around in the pictures we're looking at with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld. Can you put into perspective for us today what Mr. Rumsfeld was trying to say? And that, by the way, is the president's National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. And I think that's the first time we have seen her since this crisis began. She and Vice President Cheney were in the White House throughout, while the president was first in Florida and then on his cross-country trip. Let's listen.
We're here to say thanks to not only the workers on this site, but the workers who are doing the same work in New York City. Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
And this was clearly one of the most memorable occasions of the day in a symbolic fashion. Everybody who lives in the United States, anyone who knows the United States, no matter where they live, understands how strongly the country feels about the flag. And that was a group of firefighters who, I gather, John, wanted the president to see, as much as anything else, the flag on the side of the Pentagon had been attacked when he arrived there today.
Absolutely, Peter. During the course of the last 36 hours, there have been several flags draped from various positions in the ruined part of the Pentagon, and several have been hoisted on flag poles above the Pentagon. So all of the pictures of the area, although it was damaged, there was always a picture of the American flag visible. This larger flag that they draped there was clearly a symbolic gesture from them to let the country know that this building was open and that the business was continuing here, even if some of the business was pretty terrible today.
Now, as I said, the Secretary of Defense was seen there with the president. He showed up quite spontaneously, or perhaps not spontaneously, but without much notice, in the press room of the Pentagon today, and described at first this definition of a new battlefield in the world. And then he quite directly, we couldn't quite figure out what he was saying about people who had access to information about the investigation were, among other things, compromising the country and violating criminal law by releasing this information to whom? To the press?
To the press, partly, and to the potential enemies of the United States. This is a Secretary of Defense who feels obviously very strongly the whole purpose, I have been told, that he came down to the Pentagon briefing room was to deliver a message, and it's really not to the press that he's delivering the message. It is to other government officials, cabinet officials. It is to other people that work in the Pentagon who are providing detailed information about the terrorists and about some of the movements of the terrorists. And he refused to comment, for example, on the thing that the White House press secretary revealed today, that in fact the terrorists may have been wanting to target Air Force One and the White House. When he was asked that question, he said, "I'm not going to talk about intelligence matters." So he clearly, in some respects, I believe, was trying to chastise many government officials.
I wonder if this goes back in part to a couple of politicians on Capitol Hill yesterday, with whom we had a conversation, to put it politely, who appeared to have knowledge from intelligence briefings, and were talking about it, at least in a limited way, in the public arena.
That may have been part of the conversation, but part of the reason that he came down to the Pentagon briefing room, but I really feel that it was aimed primarily at the people here in the Pentagon who deal with the press, and also other high-ranking government officials in the executive branch of the government that have been talking quite openly about some of those issues. Certainly, the senator in question was talking about some of those issues, and I'm sure Don Rumsfeld did not approve of that.
I think you're referring to Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah.
Yes.
The Secretary of Defense is not the first Secretary of Defense to struggle with the Pentagon as a universe unto its own. I wonder if in the last 24 hours, whether or not he's made progress in getting a handle on the overall deliberations of the Pentagon that maybe he didn't have a week ago.
Well, when you're in crisis, you see the good, the bad, but you also see the way that the military works, Peter. When the headquarters of the United States military is attacked, it's really an amazing thing to see the way a trained military group of people operate. When the hallways are full of smoke, they go to rendezvous points. It's totally different in the civilian world than it is in the military world. There are preparations, there are plans, and people do amazing things. There have been a number of acts of heroism in the Pentagon during those first few crucial hours. Those people will not come forth by and large and talk to us. They want no part of being a public hero, but they do these incredible things.
And finally, John, at least for the moment, if the president's press secretary, Ari Fleischman, is correct in his remarks today that the White House was the preferred target of the terrorists on one plane and the Pentagon was actually a secondary target, then the discussions yesterday about terrorists having hit at the heart of the military establishment of the United States has a slightly different cast. But what's been the reaction in the Pentagon to Mr. Fleisch's remarks?
There really hasn't been much, Peter. The reality here is that there was a terrible blow struck in this building, not at the White House. People have been killed here. There are families of military members that are grieving now. This is where the attack was. And the evidence some of the people are telling us is fairly circumstantial, that the targets were elsewhere. But the fact of the matter was this aircraft did not approach from the direction of the White House. It approached from the south. It had been apparently moving along the major highway 395, which is a north-south highway, and it came from exactly the opposite side of approach than the White House is. So if it had been circling, they were awfully wide circles before it hit the Pentagon.
Well, thanks, John. I actually think you've added to the context of this story either deliberately or inadvertently, but I think you're finally saying that from the point of view of the Pentagon universe, that collection of military families as represented by the services, that is its universe today, and that's what it profoundly most cares about.
And I think the president probably feels exactly the same way.
Thanks, John McCarthy. We'll come back to you a little later in the evening. We're joined now here at ABC News headquarters by a person we last saw on the streets. This is Dr. Andrew Feldman, who has, I have to look carefully again, because to be perfectly honest, I've forgotten your
orthopedic
hospital.
surgery at St. Vincent's Hospital.
At St. Vincent's
Yes.
Hospital, and we've yanked you away
Okay.
from your immediate duties to have a conversation here, and we're very grateful.
Thank you.
I think what we heard you say on the streets, I don't know how long ago it was, perfectly honest, that you went into this site with a sense of optimism and you came out with a sense of despair, has rested very heavily on people's shoulders. You want to think about what you said then and give us some context for that?
Sure. Basically, anytime you're dealing with any type of injury, you're always hoping for the best. Obviously, at St. Vincent's, we're a level 1 trauma center, so we're used to seeing almost every possible type of devastating injury, whether it be motor vehicle or gunshot wound or jumpers or whatever it might be. But obviously, the magnitude is not there. When we went down to the site today, I was part of a team of a couple of doctors. There had been several doctors obviously there beforehand, and we were going there to lend a hand. And the most problematic thing is that there wasn't that much of a hand to lend because most of the people were buried.
And does that appear to continue to be the situation tonight?
Yeah, I think yesterday, as the casualties started coming into the hospital, there was a pretty much a steady flow at the early part of the day, around noon, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, and then it started to tail off. So we had the unenviable position of having too many doctors. There were too many doctors and not enough patients, and we knew then and there that it was going to be problematic.
And that seems to be the situation at St. Vincent's tonight. I don't know how many people you've actually admitted overall, several hundred, I think.
I think there's over 400, and I know I personally brought several of them to the operating room. There were certainly other teams operating all through the night, but it wasn't the volume that we would expect.
And we cannot see, of course, the work that you're doing inside the hospital, you and other hospitals in the city as well. But the limbo in which you appear to be publicly at the moment seems to bode ill for the search and rescue operation.
Well, that and the fact that I was down there and I actually saw what was going on. I mean, we at home see what the television shows us in 3 or 4 burnt out buildings, but the devastation is really almost a 5 to 10 block radius of just twisted rubble and, you know, rescue cars that are burnt out and fire engines that are basically crumpled like little tinker toys. It's quite devastating.
Tell us, if you would, then, while we look at the pictures, as you point out, that the rest of us in the country use to get as close as we can to the crisis itself. Tell us, just looking at these television pictures tonight, you can use daytime or nighttime, whichever you prefer. What are we missing?
I think you're missing a couple of things. I think you're missing the amount of individuals that are there really doing their job and much more than their job. I also think you're seeing a lot of rescue workers on TV, but
Four, 5, and another 4th. Kitty.
Looking at these television pictures tonight, you can use daytime or nighttime, whichever you prefer. What are we missing?
I think you're missing a couple of things. I think you're missing the amount of individuals that are there really doing their job and much more than their job. I also think you're seeing a lot of rescue workers on TV. But I think one of the most interesting things was I was walking down the street and my car mechanic was there hauling cars out of the way. Now, this is a guy, he's not hired by the city. He was volunteering to help clear some of the rubble. So there's a lot of normal citizens there who are going above and beyond the call of duty, so to speak, to help with the rescue team as well.
And I think it's probably true that as we look at this on television, we don't have any appreciation for the depth of the rubble, or as you said, within a 5 or 10 block area, the compacting of the rubble as these buildings fell in on themselves.
I think the way that you can really visualize it is if you think of a disaster movie from the summer. I mean, that's really what it is. You go there. My office is actually across the street in Battery Park City, or what was my office, because I saw it and it's pretty much blown out.
Really?
But it basically is an area that you know very well, that is no longer an area you know very well. It looks as if an atom bomb had dropped there.
And I wonder also at the moment whether, as a result of the many buildings that fell and the fires that go on and this acrid smoke, I don't know if you smell it
Oh, yeah.
up here many blocks away, or perhaps we may just be smelling
You're
you.
smelling it on my coat.
And we may
Definitely.
indeed be smelling you. We've had that experience before. Does New York now have a public health problem?
Well, I don't know specifically because that's not my field of endeavor. But at the same time, I know a lot of these buildings had asbestos in them. So I'm sure that's probably floating around somewhere. The sheer volume of smoke is obviously not good for people. I was wearing a mask down there, and it was definitely, even through the mask, irritating. And I still feel it a little bit now. So I can't tell you it's a public health crisis, but I can tell you it's certainly not good to have that kind of stuff in the air.
And what is the current, dare I say it, state of play in terms of the rescue and treatment operation as far as you're concerned?
Well, obviously, anybody who's injured is going to be triaged to the appropriate place. Anybody who has devastating injuries will go to a level 1 trauma center. My problem is that there's not a whole heck of a lot of them. And I basically went to the site to help, and there wasn't that much to do because they can't get to the people yet. Even though they have trucks and bulldozers, et cetera, there's still a lot of smoke. Some of the areas are still on fire. There's a lot of fumes. There's soot that's 6-8 feet deep, 6-8 inches deep, that you have to wade through to get to places. And I think it's going to be, at least as a layperson, just looking at it, a number of days before they can really get to some people.
And as you wander through the area again today, are you concerned, or were you told to be concerned about the possibilities of leaking gas and a gas explosion?
We were told that when we were prepped originally from the day before. Again, when there's a disaster that hits, there are certain protocols that a hospital or the city will follow. And everybody followed that to the letter. And I just might add, I was so proud to be a part of the team at St. Vincent's because they did such an exemplary job of bringing people in, triaging them, and treating them appropriately. And I feel we really did save lives.
We have mentioned we lay people triage on any number of occasions, which is a process of selection by which you,
Right.
in the medical profession, choose people to treat. How does it work, and how tough is it?
Well, I mean, if you've watched a war movie or you've ever seen MASH on TV, it's not unlike that. Basically, there are trained people who can understand the amount or the severity of an injury. They will try to keep the serious injuries in hospitals that are not only close, but that also can deal with those type of problems. And some of the other less serious injuries that might clog the system will go other places.
But your anticipation that you were going to need a major center for triage, and in fact, you set up one in the old piers on New York
Chelsea
City, now
Piers,
called
yes.
Chelsea Piers,
Absolutely.
on the edge of the Hudson River, has in fact either declined or been eliminated.
Well, it's just not necessary. And unless there's some a change of events here, which I'm fearful that there won't be, I don't think that type of thing will be necessary.
Okay, Dr. Feldman, thank you very much.
Thank
I know that we yanked you a long distance away from
That's
your
fine.
immediate work tonight, but how many hospitals in the city are now engaged in this in the same way that St. Vincent's is? St. Vincent gets a lot of attention because it's fairly close.
Yeah, we're close. And again, we're a trauma center. I know Bellevue's involved.
It's
I
on
know
the eastern side of Manhattan.
exactly Beekman, because they're very close.
Also on the
And then they triage people as far as New Jersey, uptown, depending on the severity of the injury.
We did hear yesterday, and I think reported yesterday, that there were a number of people who were suffering from burns,
Yes, big time.
and that trauma centers are not always the best qualified to deal with
Right.
burns. So they've moved to many other places around the country and even out of the country.
Yeah, but basically you do with the burn is you need to get somebody stabilized. And usually when somebody has a severe burn, they're losing a lot of fluid. So you need to get fluid in them so that they're not gonna die on the spot. Once you get them stabilized, then you want to get them to the tertiary centers
Right.
like Cornell and some of the other places in the city that can really deal more efficiently with those problems.
How many of the people you dealt with who had survived this did you have a chance to talk to?
I talked to quite a number because firstly we were seeing them in the emergency room, and again I'm an orthopedic surgeon.
Right.
I'm a sawbones, so I was seeing most of those type of injuries. But nonetheless, you lend a hand if there's something more problematic. And I think that there were all sorts of people who, some of whom understood what was going on. I dealt with a gentleman who basically had no conception. He was the supervisor of the building.
Really?
And he said to me, the last thing I remember was floor 40. So he obviously fell somehow from the 40th floor on down. And I don't know how or where or how he survived. He had multiple injuries and is actually doing well. But he didn't remember anything. And I basically had to tell him because he couldn't quite understand the severity of the situation that he was saying that he was the supervisor of the World Trade Center. And I had to say there was no more World Trade Center.
In the briefings you've had from emergency officials, and this, I'm going to go and talk to Bill Blakemore down, because we've compared it often to an earthquake, because we've seen situations where buildings have collapsed before and people have survived. In your briefings, were you told that you must continue to stand by because people survive often for lengthy periods of time?
Yes, we're basically on a state of I don't know exactly what the term would be,
Right.
but we're ready and able should there be a problem. And again, we not only have the doctors who are on staff and the nurses who are on staff at St. Vincent's, but there have also been a lot of other doctors who have pitched in. I saw people there from Delaware and Philadelphia who came in just because they heard there was a call. And, again, unfortunately, we couldn't use their services, but the outpouring has been amazing.
Dr. Feldman, thank you very much. Dr. Feldman, an orthopedic surgeon from St. Vincent's Hospital. Very grateful to hear you earlier, and again today you help us understand. But as you look at that last picture on the screen, bearing very much in mind, as Dr. Feldman says, that we don't get a full appreciation of what is happening by looking at it on television, we are simply reminded what a painstaking effort this is. You get that huge collection of large pieces of equipment, moving large pieces of rubble. That's a bridge, Dr. Feldman.
Yes, and I was standing 20 feet away from that.
And we thought that was a building for a long time because we've lost all perspective of this particular part of town. But anytime they move a large piece of equipment, they put at risk someone who may indeed be under the rubble at that particular location.
Absolutely.
And then they move a small piece and they may find a sign or a signal that someone is under. We have seen this before in earthquake conditions, which is why in New York City tonight there continues to be hope as well as despair. And ABC's Bill Blakemore, who is downtown tonight, is one of those people who knows this from previous earthquakes better than most. Bill?
Indeed, Peter, and there are firefighters and rescuers in from this entire region of the Northeast. This is Lieutenant David Caldor, who's come in from North Belmore, Long Island. Tell us, Lieutenant Caldor, what have you been doing since you got in here this afternoon?
Mostly removing debris out of the way so that more debris can be taken down and the rescuers can go in and search for victims.
How difficult is it in there? What are you finding?
A lot of debris, cement, girders, just moving everything out of the way so more can be taken down.
And the difficulty, of course, is that you're hoping you're going to find people alive.
Yes, well, yes.
Among the people you're looking for, who do you know are in there?
Firefighters, paramedics, police officers.
You're also using sniffer dog teams. Are they in there as well?
I saw some dogs, yes.
What are the possibilities as you keep working away here that you could move any faster than you're moving, or do you have to go slowly?
You have to go slowly. You have to worry about secondary collapses. You have to worry about fires, potential fires, and you have to worry about looking for the people. You don't want to crush them more than they've already been crushed.
And just give us one other sense of what the variety of problems you're facing with public health, with the ability to breathe well and to...
Well, as you can see, there's a lot of dust around. The wind is starting to kick up off the water. It's moving the dust around. It makes it a little difficult to breathe. Everybody's wearing masks. It slows things down a little bit.
Indeed, the doctors we've just talked to here told us that the monitors show that the air on top of the rubble is much more dangerous. So you all are taking extra risks compared to those of us who are only a few blocks away.
Yes, but everybody's wearing a mask, so cuts down the risk a little bit.
What have you heard about how many fire rescuers there may be in there?
Heard anything from 200 to 400 firefighters, about 200 police officers.
Today, tell us what you found. Anybody alive?
I'm not aware of any, if anybody was found.
A lot of work. How long is it going to take this apart?
Anybody's guess. I really don't know.
A long time. Peter, we've seen this before in earthquakes. This is just another horrendous example of that terrible tension between wanting to take it apart right now and knowing that they have to go slowly.
You put your finger on it, Bill, and so did Lieutenant David Keldor, who says you have got to move slowly. And it just creates this deep anxiety and sense of impatience, which so many people justifiably feel. And the other thing, of course, that he said, which rings this, which causes anxiety, despair. Apologize not being able to find the word for it. That while he believes there are from 200 to 400 firefighters who've lost their lives, and we believe the number may hover around the 300 mark at the moment, we do not know for certain, he is not aware of anyone who has been found alive today. And Dr. David Feldman, Dr. Feldman, who was here just a short while ago, is one of those who gave us this clue early yesterday. Dr. Andrew Feldman, my apologies, the orthopedic surgeon from St. Vincent's, one of those who gave us this clue many hours ago, that they were so ready to do something, and then they found there were too many doctors and simply not enough patients. But there are certainly more victims, as many victims as the mayor, Barbara Walters, said, to make everybody hurt all the time.
That's true, Peter. Talking about the smoke, as I came here from the other part of the building through the hallway, you can smell smoke even in this building, as far away as we are, and people who are coming saying that the smoke is drifting all the way up to here. It was that strong.
I raised this with Dr. Feldman because indeed we thought we've smelled it here as well, and I think it may be that we may be smelling the clothing of people that come to the building. I don't know.
Well, perhaps whatever it is, it's the residue. You know, I can't think of what must be more difficult for the relatives of victims than to have reporters call up and try to talk to them about how they feel. And I was doing that a good deal of today. And the reason that so many of these people did talk to me is in tribute to the people that they lost. They're not doing it out of any kind of desire to tell their own personal story, but to do it as a tribute. And so I'd like to present it in that way. Why don't I give you the pictures of the victims, Peter, if you can show them to the cameras, and then I'll read from my own notes. Thank you. This is a very beautiful woman, Sonia Morales Papalo. She was a ballet dancer. And it's hard to imagine how anyone touched by this tragedy would feel, but imagine how her husband, Dominic Papalo, must feel. He and his wife, Sonia, were scheduled to fly together to Los Angeles, and at the last minute, he decided that she should go alone so she could spend more quality time along with their son, and then he would come later. So he stayed home, and his wife of 38 years got an American Airlines flight number 11 bound from Boston to Los Angeles and crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. He says that they had taken that flight 100 times, and he said today, no more plane, no more building, no more Sonia, an end to a 40-year love affair. Now we go to a young man who has lost his father. This is the victim, Doug Stone. He has an 18-year-old son, Zach, who loves spending time with his father, who used to tease him about the football games and help him with his homework. His parents had been divorced for 12 years. Zach spent every summer with his father on the East Coast. And this week, his father was going to help his son move in and start college at UCLA. So Zach was thrilled, waiting for his father. And he knew that his father took the morning flight usually from Boston to LA. And so when he saw the TV news, he was absolutely chilled. His father had been in the American Airlines Flight 11, which was the first flight to crash into the World Trade Center. And Zach's father will never get to LA. Now, this young woman, Lisa Frost, we told you the story of a son waiting for his father, and now this is the story of a father waiting for his daughter. This is 22-year-old Lisa Frost. She graduated #1 in her class at Boston University. You can imagine how thrilled and excited her parents were. They live in California, and they were planning to meet her. She was coming from Boston, and she was going to start her very first job. And they were riveted by the images of the attacks in the World Trade Center. But then they thought, all right, it wasn't her plane, because that first flight was not the plane that she was on. She was on the United flight, and she crashed into the tower as well. This is a man well known to many New Yorkers in government. This is Neil Levin. And Neil Levin is the we hope still is, the executive director of the Port Authority. And he is the highest ranking official in the city that we that we know to be missing. He was having a business breakfast on the 106th floor of the Trade Center when his secretary said that something had happened, and he said, "I've got holy cow," is what he's quoted as saying. I'm certain it was not quite that, but something that was a little stronger. So he went down to the 63rd floor to help people. When last heard from, he was helping people go down the stairs, and has not been heard from since. His wife, Christy Ferrer, I've worked with a lot on The View, particularly want us to show his picture, as do so many of the people you've seen tonight, because she prays that he is missing, that someone will recognize his picture and be able to say who he is, because she thinks he may just be dazed. And of course, the two children, Caitlin and Allie, are praying that he is only missing. They refuse to believe it's anything worse. This is a story, Peter, that's rife with irony, because it's the very man who was until 2 weeks ago the head of the FBI's anti-terrorist task force in New York. This is John O'Neill.
John O'Neill, it's quite an extraordinary story. A friend of many people here.
And he led the investigations into the terrorist bombings on the U.S. embassies in Africa and the attack on the USS Cole. And he had just taken the job of head of security at the World Trade Center. As you know, he was setting up a command post when it collapsed. And he had warned officials about terrorism earlier. He'd said a lot of these groups now have the capability and the support infrastructure in the United States to attack us here if they choose to. He has two young children.
Turn on my computer.
He has spent his life in a race with terrorism and investigating Osama bin Laden. And instead he fell victim to them. He has not been seen since, and we all pray that he is missing. And Peter, finally, earlier today when I was on talking with you, I talked to you about a man named Christopher Newton who died on American Flight 77 from Washington to Los Angeles. And he was going to Los Angeles, as you remember, to pick up his dog, to pick up a yellow lab. There we are. And he was killed. And many people have called offering to adopt the pet.
This is a young man who had 1 million travel miles and could have
And was going to bring up his dog and come back to the East Coast. But we believe the family plans to keep it. But, you know, everyone's heart goes out from the victims to a yellow lab, Peter.
Well, I thank you again for giving some personality. I mean that in the most generic sense to people. And look, Barbara, here at our monitor, because this is in downtown New York, just a car on the side of the street where people have come and have left just scores of pictures of people who they believe who are missing. And here, you know, a guy's got a wedding band. He's wearing khaki pants with a wedding band. He's got scars in his knees. And please call 516. And always there's a mobile telephone number, 917. This is an example of how desperate people are for information. Simply coming or standing in public adjacent to the search area tonight, asking, where is Carol Rabelais, who worked for Aon Services, one of the companies which had offices in the World Trade Center in building number 2, missing. And as so many people are still missing, and the authorities in New York are still so careful and cautious and nervous about issuing figures on how many people may have actually perished, this is the kind of thing which just drives it home one more time. And if I may pay you a compliment in one other respect, I notice in your recitations here of the conversations you had with people, you didn't ask any of them how they felt, because we actually have guidelines at ABC News about asking people how they feel about the loss of a loved one. It's probably the dumbest question in the world that a journalist can ever ask, and it used to be asked. People would go to the scene of a crash and they'd ask people how they felt. And it's a stupid question, and we got together here some years ago and said that it's not a question that our reporters are going to ask. But I thank you for coming.
I thank you, and I hope that whatever we have said is not just a tribute to the people whom we talked about, but to the victims and to the families who love them so and are so proud of them, and that's why they wanted their stories told.
Thanks very much, Barbara. I hope you come again. Barbara Walters, who has been, as we said, ably, like several other of our correspondents, working hard to give meaning in terms of giving character and life and stories and history to the people who are either missing or who have perished. And I want to go to the White House, where this is, and the White House has said it repeatedly, as important as it is to mount this investigation against or of who may be responsible for this in the final analysis, their principal concern is for the victims and the families and those who may still be lost. And Pierre Thomas, who's at our Washington bureau at the moment, has, I think, a couple of words on the latest stages of the investigation. Pierre.
Yes, Peter, we're getting more information about stepped-up security at the airports. We're now being told that the Justice Department and the Treasury Department tomorrow will announce that U.S. Marshals, the Border Patrol, and also the U.S. Customs Service will be very visible working checkpoints at airports. So this is stepped-up symbolism and also a signal that the U.S. government is going to take security much more seriously at the airports. Another point I would add about the investigation, the roughly 4,000 FBI agents that Ashcroft mentioned today are nearly half of the 11,000 FBI agents who are sworn to investigate crimes in the U.S. So this investigation is one of the largest, if not the largest, ever.
Pierre Thomas at the Washington bureau of ABC News. Is Terry Moran at the White House at the moment? Terry, we're just about to talk to the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Joe Albaugh, close friend of the president, among other things. But tell us what's happening at the White House at the moment.
Well, Peter, the White House is still at work. Obviously, the president, after his visit to the Pentagon, came back. He had dinner with his wife, the First Lady, in the residence, and he remains there. He is still at work at this hour. But since this is an international incident and other countries are now beginning their day or in the middle of their day, the White House is still at work. And there's something very significant to watch as it develops over the next couple of days. We've heard the president and other administration officials say today that the president wants to rally a coalition of nations against terrorism. And we're being told now by White House officials, by administration officials, that that's not just a rhetorical expression of the solidarity that other nations are showing with the United States in this time of its attack. This is beginning to be, it seems, through intense discussions, a kind of framework for a potential response. Now, I hasten to add that every administration official I'm talking to is very hesitant to get into the details of any response that they are considering, even whatever might be on the table. But they are saying that all of the offers of assistance, including military assistance that they are receiving from other countries, are being taken in and digested, and that this may be another kind of coalition developing, just as President Bush's father developed a coalition during the Gulf War.
Permit me, Terry, to be just a little bit skeptical about this. I think it's pretty natural for a great many nations in the world today to say to the president that we're behind you and we admire you and we deeply sympathize with the American people. But for one thing, the United States is currently so far away from finding out who actually did this. We know this. Every public official admits they're just beginning this long investigation. So that the United States is probably a very long way, despite NATO's comments today that an attack on one is an attack on all, a long, long way from the challenge of ever having to put together a military coalition to go after anybody.
No question about it, Peter. And it's not just military response that is being discussed here. We're being told specifically to look for the full panoply of responses: military, political isolation, economic sanctions, perhaps. Those words aren't being used, but that the discussions that are ongoing right now are being called creative and intense, and that these are efforts to develop out of what, as you point out, a very natural expression of solidarity and condolence around the world, to use that moment, to seize it, to try to build some kind of framework of a response, or some kind of formal framework.
Very good point, and thank you very much, Terry. And if this is, as Senator Daschle said to us from Capitol Hill tonight, that the world has truly changed, I think a lot of people will be skeptical about that observation as well, but that the world has indeed changed with this attack on the United States and these symbols of the United States in such a profound way that maybe things will change. But I think anybody in this administration or others before it, including the man who is sitting beside me, Joe Albaugh, currently heading the Federal Emergency Management Agency, will acknowledge that the world is a pretty complicated and cynical place when it comes to fighting international terrorism. Do you agree?
It's a tough issue, very tough issue.
We've asked you here tonight. You've been good enough to come to talk about your current role. The last time I think you and I talked on the telephone was about the Mississippi River.
That's exactly right.
And as tough as it seemed at the time, man, it just seems tiny now compared to what you've had to deal with today and yesterday. Give me first your reaction to what you saw yesterday and today.
I am stunned by the devastation, quite frankly, Peter, but I am impressed this afternoon. We visited the site. I am impressed by the spirit of New York City, that resilience. And Governor Pataki and I happened to walk the street along with Mayor Giuliani, and we ran into several firefighters who had just come out of the rubble, Long Island firefighters. And you can see on their faces the devastation, the toll it's taking, which is something that I'm concerned with. Those rescuers right now, at some point, we're going to have to roll those people out, get them some rest after about 48, 72 hours, make sure that everyone has the proper counseling. This is a tough issue, Peter.
Now, can we try to parse this in a couple of ways? You said
Sure.
you were struck by the extent of the devastation. We just had an emergency doctor who sat beside us and said, you're just not getting it on television. And I think we all appreciate that. What are we missing watching it on television that you've seen at street level?
Well, it's hard to appreciate the realism when you watch the film, watch the B-roll on television. When you visit the site in person, it rains down on you. The whole weight of the world almost rests on your shoulders when you see that. And just looking at the task down the road, it is almost insurmountable. But this country is resilient. We can handle just about anything. And those folks who are on the ground right now, we need to say a thanks, a prayer, especially to those folks who lost their lives.
What do you mean that it's almost insurmountable?
The concept is almost insurmountable. I'm from Oklahoma.
I know.
I visited the Oklahoma City site the day after the bombing. And immediately it passed in front of my eyes, probably by a factor of 25 or 50. Just the devastation. Take aside the loss of a life. Just the devastation downtown is just unbelievable. What we'll have to remove over
Rewatching
the
this
next
stuff is
several
good
weeks,
for us,
possibly even several
surprisingly.
months. This is a long-term process. This will take a while for everyone to heal. Everyone needs to have patience. And at the same time, we're working as quickly as we can to recover as many people as we possibly can.
I know that it is almost the obligation of a public official to be optimistic in some way. You must have an optimistic face or wear an optimistic face at a moment like this. But my guess is, based on other people we've talked to, if you haven't seen much out there in the last hours to make you think that many people are going to be recovered.
That's a tough issue. You never want to give up hope. And we're not going to give up hope. There are pockets where the buildings pancake down, where folks could be still alive. Time is precious. Time is running out. We have to move quickly. We moved in 12 USAR teams, urban search and rescue teams.
Right.
These are professionals, highly trained, technical experts with dogs to assist New York City's finest, police and fire department. We have medical teams, hospitals that we moved in, fully staffed with nurses, doctors to assist in the recovery effort, as well as, unfortunately, mortuary teams. We have to deal with that realistic part of this devastation.
Explain to people what a mortuary team is.
They will come in and they will assist local officials in identification more than anything else. Make sure that everyone is taken care of in proper fashion, in a respectful fashion, and a timely fashion.
What does the national government actually have as assets that the city and the state don't have?
We're not here to supplant any efforts that are going on.
I
We're
appreciate
here
that.
to facilitate anything that they need. I know specifically this afternoon and today, my first conversation this morning with Governor Pataki was about power, making sure that we had necessary generators, for example.
And do you?
We do. Of course we do. We have the full assets of the federal government, which is quite a vast array and supply.
And it is a quantitative question people ask. And maybe it helps us measure the destruction only at this moment. Do you have the vaguest understanding of what this is going to cost the country and the federal government?
No. Quite frankly, I think it's immaterial.
Right.
It's always an issue. It's important to know what it's going to cost. We have no idea at this point. This is going to take weeks to develop and years to plan and rebuild.
You and everybody else we've talked to, and we ourselves have been deeply impressed by the spirit of volunteerism from very distant points in the country. But this is ultimately a job that has to be done by professionals for the most part. Does New York City, to a lesser extent the Pentagon, have the resources that it needs either in place or in the pipeline at the moment?
Absolutely. We have everything that we need. We're being inundated, as you say, with requests for folks to come in and volunteer. One thing we have to do right now and be cautious is to say thanks, no thanks, not right now. We don't want to overburden the system that's already in place and hinder that process that's going on with those professionals.
No,
But we have everything what we need.
it's not your immediate concern. I appreciate it's more an issue for the Red Cross. But do you know the current situation on blood supplies? Because so many people around the country have wanted and have given blood.
I appreciate that. They should give blood, quite frankly. The country, the world always needs a constant blood supply. I think for the foreseeable future, the next several days, we're going to be fine here on the East Coast.
What are we missing?
I don't know that we're missing much, quite frankly. I ask that question of my staff all the time. What is it we're not doing? What is it we ought to be thinking about? Praying for those who lost their life, praying for those who are trying to recover other lives right now. We have a strong country. This is an amazing land that we live in. People try to replicate the spirit that we have in this country. They can replicate some of the emergency procedures that we have, but they can't replicate that spirit, and that's what's unique about America. And we'll get through this, Peter. It's going to be tough, but we'll get through it.
You're a longtime friend and an ally of the president at a very personal level, as I said, by way of introducing the fact that you were coming. You're one of the people who helped him campaign and get elected in the country. How much contact have you had with him? How's he taking it personally? I don't mean from a president's point of view. I mean personally.
I've worked with this man for over 8 years now, and I have never seen anything in my life that has, or during that time period, that has affected the president as this incident has. I was with him yesterday evening for several hours. I've been with him all morning this morning before he instructed me to come to New York City. And I'll report back what I've learned today, and we'll make the necessary decisions based upon that. But this has had a profound effect on the president, just like it has on every American, as it should.
Many thanks, Joe Albaugh, the director of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, not under these circumstances,
Absolutely.
but it's nice to see you, Joe.
Take care.
Thanks very much for coming and giving us a briefing on this. We continue to focus on survivors and victims. This is a piece about survivors. Here again is ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill?
The stories are astonishing, but each begins with a normal morning.
I was entering the building on the lobby level. I was in the revolving doors when the plane hit the building.
David Dre worked in number 1 World Trade Center.
One of the elevators, I think, came crashing to the lobby level, and all this debris came flying out of it. And a fireball emerged from the elevator lobby and was coming toward me. The first thing I saw when I ran into the street was a woman who was lying on her back in a fetal position on fire. She wasn't moving. I think that she must have come from the sky. I don't know how she could have come from the lobby.
As the towers collapsed, even rescuers became victims.
When we got into the atrium, which is the glass roof, that all started to collapse. So we turned back to run back into the corridor we came out of to try and get out that way. And there was a big ball of black smoke coming towards us from there. So
this deputy fire chief will have a story with which to impress his grandchildren.
We had a whole bunch of people in there screaming, and there was mass hysteria. We couldn't see. There was no lights. The smoke was black as could be in front of our face, and at that point we really thought we were dead. The whole building to the left of us is all collapsed. The whole building to the right of us all collapsed. But that little corridor, for whatever reason, didn't collapse, and that's what saved our lives.
Our first thought was earthquake when the building started shaking and rattling.
Susan Doyle worked on the 35th floor of Tower 1. All 150 employees at her insurance company made it to safety. In fact, we know today that at a number of companies in the towers, every employee made it down the steps and into the clear before the buildings collapsed.
It was very crowded. It was kind of like leaving a sporting event, wall-to-wall people. It was very smoky, and there were fumes. At the time, we didn't understand. I kept thinking kerosene, but in retrospect, it was probably jet fuel.
Many in this neighborhood right next to the trade towers wreckage are also survivors. Kids trying to make sense out of a world suddenly coated with ash and dust. People shopping in grocery stores that have no electricity.
and no fresh produce or supplies. We know that thousands of people rushed from the disaster moments after the buildings collapsed. So there are thousands of survivor stories out there to be told and retold. And there is hope, however slim, that there are plenty of survivor stories still to be discovered as search and rescue continues. Bill Blakemore, ABC News on Greenwich Street in Lower Manhattan.
Thanks, Bill. Our reporters have been everywhere in town as best they can be. And I must confess, this is a next little item of sort of credit where credit is due. We've just been looking at a vehicle in downtown Manhattan with a lot of pictures pasted on it of people who are missing. And their relatives have come to try to find out if anybody knows their whereabouts whatsoever. And I've just had an email which tells me, and I'm really pleased to tell particularly people in New York, this is the result of Stacy Sager from WABC and her remote crew. So many people have come up to her or come up to our various crews and asked if they can somehow publicize the information about someone who is missing. And so they have put it on one of the WABC Channel 7 in New York on one of the vehicles. And on every time they do a local insert on this broadcast or in their own coverage, they go to a separate person and they publicize it. And here's an example of a colleague of ours who has got someone missing in the World Trade Center. And that's really local television doing a public service at its best, which makes us all very proud. And indeed, you can smell real smoke here on 66th Street on the west side of Manhattan. And I only raise that because we are so very far from the disaster itself on the west side of New York City. And that just simply gives you a measurement of how far the impact of that crisis has moved up the west side of Manhattan and assumedly on the east side as well. It's all about connections, as I think we've said before today. And here's an example of connections. When the World Trade Towers were built in the 1960s, the iron workers who worked on the building, you remember that we've told you before that the people who worked on the building, architects and engineers, have told us that the reason this building crashed was not at all having to do with not directly having to do with the aircraft which hit it. They actually withstood that. It was not because their very low understructures collapsed as a result of the concussion, but ultimately collapsed because the steel on the top, which was exposed to such intense heat, largely the result of the aviation gasoline which went into that building along with the aircraft. The heat was so intense that the steel melted and the building began to collapse down unto itself from on top. That gave our reporter Bob Brown the idea of going back and trying to find the sons of the iron workers who built the World Trade Center in the 1960s and went in today
Yeah, where are they at?
to help dismantle its remains. Wow.
I need one for my partner. I got one.
We just need people to work, that's all.
Ordinary people came from
With
all
a mask.
walks of life to a staging area for volunteers, hoping they would somehow be useful. This man is a cave explorer.
Anybody who's not a psycho and has a legitimate skill is probably going to be useful eventually.
This man simply brought a shovel.
Listen to me. Send somebody out to lead us in. We're all coming in.
But no volunteers were more persistent than these men, whose union had helped build the World Trade Center. They are all members of the Iron Workers Union, and they carried spud wrenches, settle and torches.
Yeah, you got 40s up there. Let's go.
They had come from work sites throughout the city, and all of them knew to an inch how tall buildings are put together and how to take them apart.
I'm scared shitless. I'll tell you right now. But the fact of the matter is that thousands of our people probably are in there. And how many people could still be alive? I mean, this is what we do.
The World Trade Center was a legendary job among these men, even those who were born after its completion at the beginning of the 1970s.
Stand back, stay as close as you can where you're not in the way.
But for hours, they stood cut off from the rubble, feeling both fierce and helpless because they were not allowed into the rescue area. In the midst of a frustrating afternoon, evidence of why they had not been sent in. Number 7 World Trade Center collapsed.
You guys have been doing this all day. Let's just wait a couple minutes. It's not going to make 7 was empty.
Okay.
somebody might have been pulled out. Somebody else might have died, but at least we would have had a shot at pulling somebody out who just died. Sooner or later, you're going to come across some gruesome stuff. So.
By the time darkness fell, swarms of other volunteers had gathered with those who had been there since late morning. Finally, the ironworkers appeared to be on the move. They were trucked to another staging area beneath the Brooklyn Bridge. They began talking about the fine details of knowing when and how to cut a beam of twisted steel that could snap back like a spring.
If you cut a piece of steel here, okay, you might think that you're safe, but it's under such a strain from everything being twisted and pulled that it might, send you for a ride.
They were held in limbo again, willing to be there as long as it took. 5, then 6, then 7 hours they waited.
We're going to hang out as long as it takes. We built the Trade Center.
Hi, Flat Earth Watertown. Y'all subscribe to Flat Earth Watertown. He's doing some really good work.
We built, and we feel like it's a direct hit to us,
At 11:01, the journey in began, and the landscape changed. Through streets filled with dust and ash, past trucks waiting to haul away debris, exhausted police and firemen with dazed looks, into a nightmare set in another world that was named for the center of a nuclear blast, Ground Zero.
The buildings are gone, and that's what gets to you. When you make that one turn and you're actually starting to head uptown, the Trade Center's just not there anymore. It's just a facade is standing up, and everything was covered in white, and the soot was just blowing. You couldn't keep your eyes open.
Brushed by a wind that scattered dust and papers through the streets, they went to work. The high towers they had built were now represented by a jagged, angular facade with nothing beyond. One of the ironworkers, Bobby Benish, was in a group that reached a goal they had all sought. As they moved and dug, they found a woman who was alive.
It was a good feeling that we had, and everybody shared that.
Did you even know her name?
No. Don't matter. Didn't matter.
Everyone here was in danger. But there is an electric fire in human nature, John Keats said, that continually results in the birth of heroism. Last night and today, and through the long days that will follow, a lot of ordinary people will make those words come true many times. Do you guys feel like heroes for what you did?
No, if we weren't down there, we wouldn't have been where we were supposed to be. That's where we were supposed to be. That's why we got to go back.
That's our reporter, Bob Brown, with a group of clearly very committed men who have such history with the World Trade Center. And now that we recognize this is a bridge across one of the streets in Lower Manhattan, we get a little more intimate glimpse of a group of workers inside this. We have, again, clearly no precise knowledge as to what they're doing. It does look clearly they're going to have to dismantle this bridge, which is across the street in Lower Manhattan. Is there anybody underneath it? They do not know. But this has been very much the focus, in part because this is what cameras can see from the locations which the city has permitted them to have. We've talked any number of times about the current state of air travel, but we haven't talked about it for a long time. And Lisa Stark, who monitors that for us, is still in Seattle tonight, not going anywhere. But Lisa, there are people in the country who are able finally to go somewhere.
We hope so, Peter, although we understand that it's still a very, very slow process tonight. Partly sources tell us because there has been some confusion between the U.S. and Canadian government. Many of the planes diverted to Canada. The international flights were diverted to Canada yesterday. Those are the first ones that are being allowed back in the air. But apparently there's a lot of confusion between the airports, between the FAA, and between Canadian officials about exactly what security measures must take place before those planes can take off and land in the United States.
Let me stop you there then for just a second, because the Secretary of Transportation set out some guidelines before, which seemed to be fairly simple in terms of getting passengers who were stranded on their way. Do you want to review those?
The security guidelines that now will go into place,
well,
is that the ones you're talking about?
Exactly. The ones that are in place for the people who were stranded and not going to move on to their final destinations.
I think the confusion comes, my understanding from sources I've talked to is the confusion comes because the Canadian government isn't certain how far it has to go in carrying out some of these security measures before it can release the planes to the United States. Does it need to take everyone off? Do all the pieces of luggage have to come off? Do they need to be searched? Do bomb-sniffing dogs have to be brought in? And I think this is an ongoing discussion between the two countries to try to resolve these issues and get these flights back in the air.
Okay, and assuming that gets resolved, take us now to the broader issue of air travel tonight and in the days ahead.
Let me give you some context. I'm learning some context about what has been happening over the last 24 hours. I've talked to both industry and government sources tonight, and apparently there have been a number of very heated discussions over the last 24 hours about how much security is needed, how much is too much, and what exactly are the security measures that need to be implemented to ensure safe travel. Some in the industry feel that the measures that are being implemented, while they might go far enough, or while they might be good measures, perhaps don't go far enough and may not even address some of the issues that were raised in the hijackings that we saw yesterday. For example, one industry source said to me, curbside check-in, was that an issue? Is that really necessary to suspend curbside check-in? So these have been very heated discussions, I'm told. There is still a lot of confusion, apparently, about what will actually play out in the days ahead.
I apologize for interrupting you. Just stop for a second. On this question of curbside check-in and the fact that you're not allowed to check your bags at the hotel anymore. You say the industry thinks this doesn't go far enough, and yet if this were eliminated, it would pose a greater burden to the airline companies, actually. So why do they think it doesn't go far enough?
Well, one industry source was just raising the issue with me that was not an issue for example, in the incidents yesterday. No one was worried about curbside check-in of baggage, obviously, in these incidents. That was not the problem here. The industry itself is calling for more stringent measures, such as a significant ramping up of the Sky Marshal program, also many more uniformed officers, armed officers at airports, and also as we mentioned last night, they are pushing the idea of security at an airport, and that would be a significant departure, obviously, from the system that has developed here in the United States.
Well, it would also do one very significant thing for an airline industry, which is going to struggle in the wake of this and is already struggling. I assume it would shift the balance of the financial burden to the government and not to the airlines.
Absolutely, and perhaps some of the legal burden, if you will, as well. There is this issue of cost. These security measures will no doubt be very costly. The airline industry, as we have reported, is not doing well financially right now, and no doubt this will be a factor. Although I have to tell you that I am being told by both the industry and the government that the issue of cost hasn't come up in these discussions at this point, which you can well imagine. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to deal with one thing at a time. I apologize.
That's
and
okay.
it may not be spoken at the moment, but while you're on a question of finance,
yes.
ABC's Connie Chung reported some hours ago that she'd been talking to American Airlines and United Airlines, and in each case, the airline had offered to the families of people who died on those airplanes in the last couple of days $25,000 per victim.
Right.
And that was taken by some people, at least in this immediate area, as being cynical. Can you give us the context of this offer?
Well, my understanding is this is not an offer to settle a case, if you will.
Right.
Certainly, there will be lawsuits. This is an offer from the airlines to cover immediate expenses, which there could be many. Getting somewhere, a funeral expense perhaps. And it is routinely done these days in the industry just to give them some immediate cash to try to cover immediate expenses. It's not any kind of a deal with the people that you won't sue us. This is what your compensation will be, because clearly there will be legal action down the road.
I think that's precisely what many people actually did think at the time, that this was for immediate. This was in a way to assist the families rather than make the airlines not liable if the families do ultimately decide
Absolutely.
to sue. Okay, next subject, go ahead.
Peter, I do want to add one other thing on this issue of cost. Although we understand that in these very heated discussions, the issue of cost wasn't specifically brought up. Clearly, it's in the back of the mind of those in the industry, and we understand from sources on both sides of the table that it is very clear that once these security measures are implemented, they will be fairly stringent. Once they are implemented, that the airlines will likely have to cut back on their schedules because they simply will not be able to do business as they are now without significant delays if they are going to implement these security measures. And one airline I spoke with tonight said there's even discussion about whether there needs to be as much as a 20% reduction in schedules at some of the major airlines to ensure that they can get flights out in some reasonable fashion and stick to a schedule and still implement all of these security measures.
Again, forgive me for being skeptical about this, but I wonder if this does not contribute to helping solve a problem which the government has had, which is getting airlines to reduce their schedules, particularly at peak periods. And we've had tremendous crowds at airports and in the country as a whole.
Well, I mean, clearly there has been some talk about whether the airlines have overscheduled and done too many flights, but I don't think that's really what people are thinking about right now. I think the point is that I think it's sinking into the airline industry that these measures are going to be fairly onerous, that they are not going to be able to continue to do business as they have. And in fact, they are going to have to change their flight schedules to meet these requirements.
Okay, I have one final subject, and it's perhaps the most obvious one, and it's the biggest one, unless you have something else. There are 40,000 flights go back and forth across the United States every day, and the airline industry at the moment, under the orders of government, is paralyzed. I keep thinking of, on top of everything else, our colleague Ted Koppel in London, like thousands of people trying to get to the United States. So give us some sense of the timeline, if you know it, how this paralysis is going to end.
I am less optimistic that it is going to end anytime soon. I think it's been very slow. Already much slower than anyone predicted to even get flights back in the air. There's still a lot of confusion about what's required to certify, for example, that an airport has met the FAA security guidelines and can reopen. I think it's going to take weeks, is what one industry person was telling me. And in fact, one airline official was also saying that they're not certain that there really will be any commercial flights tomorrow. Everything is still very, very confused at this time.
Okay, how about the day after tomorrow?
I don't know. I think it's really a wait and see thing. I mean, we were told by the FAA that they would have the system beginning to operate today at noon Eastern time. Well, it still really hasn't happened. So deadlines really mean nothing right now, it appears, because it is just going to take a lot of time to train the people, to get them in place, to certify that the airlines are ready, to certify that the airports are ready. It's going to be a very, very gradual buildup.
But Lisa, you've been covering this industry for a very long time. You know it very well. Are you suggesting, based on what you're hearing from government and industry today, that we could come to a situation even as early as this weekend and North America essentially is without air travel?
I don't think there will be no flights by this weekend, but people are talking about when they really start gearing up, the first day they'll do perhaps 20% of their schedule. The next day they'll move up a little further than that. So it's going to be a very slow process. I think there will be flights back in the air by this weekend. I know those of us trying to get home and trying to get other places certainly hope so, but it is just going to be a very slow process.
Thanks, Lisa Stark, very much in Seattle, who describes a situation, another situation or another dimension of the situation overall on the verge of chaos. And here's just one footnote to that. Almost every industry analyst we talked to today, and Lisa has talked to more than most of us, actually believes that the attacks on the United States will surely depress the airline industry when it is actually opened up fully. And some of them cite the following statistic. In the month after the attack on Pan Am 103 over Scotland, that's in 1988, transatlantic travel fell by about 1/3. Now, if the same thing happens under these circumstances, it could make things financially much, much worse for an industry that is already having a very slow or a slower, and in some cases, very slow, difficult year. We reported earlier today, I'm sure you've heard that Midway Express or Midway Airlines, I'm not sure whether it's Express or Airlines, a small airline that services part of the Midwest, as a result of the attacks on the United States in the last couple of days, has been forced to suspend its operations altogether because it can't stand the financial pressure. And so I think 1,700 employees were being laid off from Midway in the last 24 hours. Let's go to Washington.
Hope you're proud of yourselves.
Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, you probably are. Think you're better, you probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! You think you're hot? You totally not. You think you're hot? You totally not. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. You're so conceited. Yes, you are. I will be the Demon Slayer. I will slay the slavers. I will be the Demon Slayer. I will slay the slavers. Let she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! You think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, you probably are. Think you're better, you probably are. I will be the Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will be the Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. If she doesn't drink me dry, I'll be behind while she lies. Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Get on the head, get on the head, get on the head. Burn it! Death Starters United! Death Starters United! Holy gods! Holy gods! Evil nails are taking over! Evil nails are taking over! Will you fight? Will you fight? You must choose a side. You must choose a side. Will you be their slaves? Will you be their slaves? Slaves! Release me! Release me! Release me! Release! Go! Don't go! my soul. You torture my soul. Release me. Release me. Release me. Release. You torture my soul. You torture my soul. We are savages. We are savages. No food, no water. Y'all do, yeah, holler. So wise. Let one here. Let one here. Let one here. What is it? Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Lord have mercy on the wretched house. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves. Please excuse me, can't think for themselves.
And ABC's Claire Shipman. Claire?
Well, Peter, a couple of notes from Washington. You know, even in the middle of all of the mourning and tragedy and shock that everybody here in Washington is experiencing, there are also some hints of what else but politics, maybe the politics we're going to start to hear in the coming weeks. It is Washington, after all. Some people on Capitol Hill and in the security community are wondering about why the White House was so quick and so open with the information today that the White House itself and Air Force One may have been a target. Not that they're suggesting that information is wrong, but there is thinking among some that the White House was eager to put that information out in order to make it plain why President Bush had to spend his day yesterday flying around the country instead of coming straight back to Washington, that there may have been some politics involved in that decision in deciding to release that information so quickly. On another front, there's already some finger pointing going on. Yes.
Just before you go to another front, if
Sorry,
you don't mind.
Sure.
I mean, we're all pretty skeptical and cynical about Washington. I don't expect you to reveal your sources, but you're saying the people in the political establishment saying that what we're getting is a story from the White House today to explain why the president was traveling from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska yesterday under what we thought at the time was the pressure of his security detail.
Well, I think that's right. And again, I want to emphasize, nobody is saying that what the White House and also what the Attorney General has said is not accurate. It looks plain from a number of sources that there may have been a plane aimed at the White House. People are just wondering about why the White House decided to put that information out so quickly. And it seemed to some clearly linked to an explanation as to why, in fact, the president had to take so long to get home. That's something the White House is eager, obviously, to make plain.
Okay, please go on.
My other point, there's also a little bit of finger pointing going on, and I think this was also to be expected at the U.S. intelligence services already. One representative in particular, Kurt Weldon, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee on Readiness, suggesting that U.S. intelligence services fell short. He said it was an indictment of our system. George Tenet, the CIA director, already on the defensive, forced to defend other efforts of the CIA, if not this one, Peter.
Okay, Claire, thanks very much. In terms of the first issue you bring up there, this story from the White House, and I don't mean to say story lightly or even cynically here, but the announcement from Mary Fleischer, the president's spokesman, that the White House was indeed a primary target and the Pentagon turned out to be a secondary target. John McClethy, our Pentagon correspondent, observed just a short while ago that the plane had come up from the south when it hit the Pentagon, and we'll get this established in time. And indeed, if it had continued to come in that general direction, the White House would have been on its path, but it was not, as far as we know, on a flight path that descended from the northeast, I guess it would have been, which had the White House in the first position and the Pentagon in the second one. And great respect to my colleague Claire Shipman, a little bit of finger pointing at the intelligence services of the United States may be emerging in public with politicians, Kurt Weldon wishing to put his name to this, but there's a good deal of acknowledgement and accusation, I guess, is perhaps a little too strong from many people in Washington and related services around the country that think this was a massive intelligence failure yesterday, and probably many people in the intelligence committee, as they go back and look for information to figure out what might have gone wrong, what did they miss, was indeed a failure, whether it's described as a massive one or less. We have, I think, of all the rescue services in New York particularly, been particularly engaged by the fire department. And the reason for that is fairly simple. That department appears to have suffered some grievous losses. We know that police who moved into the buildings to help people when everybody was fleeing the other direction indeed lost their lives as well. But George Stephanopoulos was mentioning earlier today that on the walls of the firehouses around New York City are already beginning to appear the names and, in some cases, the pictures of men who sacrificed their lives. At least 200 of them, we believe, and maybe more than that, which makes it sensible that John McKenzie today spent so much time with firefighters.
Many New York City firefighters tonight are exhausted, many struggling to control their emotions. Among those still missing, at least 200 of their fellow firefighters, thought to be buried under the rubble.
It's a war zone. We're doing everything we can. We lost a tremendous amount of people. We're doing everything we can to get everybody out.
I walked through the rubble looking for my buddies that I know were missing. I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen.
We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe.
But even the commissioner concedes real hope is hard to come by.
We believe that many of them are gone.
Among the dead, some of the so-called super chiefs, some of the highest-ranking officers in the department, including one who helped rescue efforts after the Oklahoma City bombing. Also killed one of the department's Roman Catholic chaplains who had raced to the scene to comfort victims.
I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do. And I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them.
Some of the firefighters who responded quickly yesterday were not even scheduled to be working. For some, it was a day off. Others had just finished their shift, but when the alarm sounded, they volunteered to rush to the scene. When the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsed, there were more than 400 firefighters at the scene, many of them inside the building, running up the stairs, trying to rescue people trapped on the upper floors. Others were near their trucks, caught under the avalanche of debris. Today, the firefighters could only pick at the surface of the rubble.
Right now, it's not too good. You got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, there's just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility is real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
It's such a disaster that you don't think about yourself anymore, Just don't even, just keep on moving, It's like God gives you the strength to get through it.
The firefighters get a few minutes rest, a bottle of juice, something quick to eat, and then it's back to work. But with the realization, there are many fewer of them tonight. John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
And back to the streets to ABC's Bill Blakemore with his latest report. Bill?
Peter, we've been talking today about the great difficulty in this situation where they all have the desire to take it apart all at once, but they can't. They have to go slowly because of the real possibility if they go too fast, they could make shifts in the loose rubble, and that could hurt people who are trapped alive. Well, I've just spoken with Lieutenant Colonel Craig White of the Air Force, and they're beginning to implement the only kind of solution we've ever come across in earthquake stories we've done when local authorities realize that the military can be great help. What's just beginning to happen in here, and he described the scene to us in great exact detail, all four services, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army, as well as a great many iron workers who have volunteered, are now beginning to cover the scene, now that it's cool enough, like ants on an anthill, he said. And they're using bucket brigades, taking it apart by hand. He called it bucket brigades, such as you see sometimes at a football stadium where a person will be passed in great good spirit from hand to hand across the whole crowd. They're sometimes passing even a whole girder, large blocks of rock, small blocks of rock. The answer is to take it apart by hand. And he said sometimes they come to a tunnel, they call for everybody to be quiet. There's a shout of silence and they all get quiet. They bring up the dogs go into the tunnel, sniffing, they listen for any sounds, and then they get back to work very quickly. So we've begun to see the evolution of this kind of solution. Take it apart by hand.
Thanks very much, Bill. Bill Blakemore on the scene tonight. And we want to try now, I think, finally to set something straight. And I may need the assistance of John Miller here, but I had an email just a short while ago on this controversy, not quite sure how it got started, about whether or not One Liberty Plaza, which is adjacent to the World Trade Center, was either on the verge of collapsing or had suddenly collapsed. A piece of reporting that emerged several hours ago and caused some confusion in terms of the immediate crisis zone. We now believe that despite some media reports to the contrary, One Liberty Plaza has suffered no structural damage, although each of the buildings will require work such as window and lobby repairs, and none of the damage renders the buildings inoperable. This comes from the deputy chairman of Brookfield Properties, which I think is the company that manages the property. I may be wrong on that. But I think, John, you confirmed that this heightened tension the other day, several hours ago, that another building had collapsed. Seems like a dangle. That several buildings at Liberty Plaza had collapsed are simply not true.
No, apparently what happened, according to people I spoke to at the scene, is surveyors who were there checking the structural angles of building to make sure they looked okay. We're using a building as a guideline, number 4 World Trade Center. Apparently number 4 World Trade Center had shifted on an angle, so it was the wrong thing to use as a guide. They misdiagnosed the fact that One Liberty Plaza was leaning in a direction which in fact it wasn't. The damage they saw on the outside that gave them concern was superficial damage to the outer shell. Building inspectors and engineers have thoroughly gone through that building now and say it is structurally sound. The temporary morgue that they moved out, they've now moved back in.
Well, and what a relief whether or not people identify with this particular building, and certainly either the owners or the property management people, I'm not sure who it is, they are certainly relieved to have it publicized that their building has not collapsed, when a lot of people seem to be saying it had collapsed, and we questioned the information at the time. Nonetheless, for the rest of the country, it is surely a relief that one more building has not collapsed, even though we know from everybody who's been on the ground there that there is a great deal of concern for adjacent properties to the trade centers as a result of the collapse of the 2 principal trade towers. We've tried, as we continue, to give you a variety of different perspectives on what happened yesterday. And because there's so much photography in the world, because people are always carrying cameras these days, whether they're working for news organizations or freelance operators, we've had a number of views of the actual attack on the trade towers yesterday. Want to show you a perspective you perhaps hadn't thought about before. Here is a satellite picture of the lower side of Manhattan in the year 2000 from a satellite 420 miles up. And this is the Konos satellite, which is often used for commercial purposes and therefore is available. Now, John, help me. Let's sit on this picture for a second so that we so that we identified the trade towers. I don't know why the Kono satellite was over this particular part of Manhattan a year or so ago, but now here is the satellite picture of yesterday at about the same time, and that extraordinary scene of the trade tower is picked up by the satellite as well. So there's the Hudson River on the right, and there's the trade tower, either at the time of the explosion or given that plume of smoke which went on for some time shortly thereafter that. Let me just go back to the original satellite picture to try to get some perspective again. All right, it's got to come back to us for just a second so we can reload these photographs. It's just another perspective. And so now, if you look, there it is in 2000. See the circle there around.
Just to the left of that, you see those two diamonds.
That's right. It's just to the left of that. And you see, so there's where the Trade Center was a year ago. Now here's the change to yesterday. It's not exactly in the same position, but you can see that for reasons we don't fully understand, the Equinos satellite, 423 miles above the Earth, was looking at the southern edge of Manhattan yesterday as it was a year ago. Also a picture from yesterday of the attack on the Pentagon. And here we may get, this is the Pentagon from the Space Imagining Company. We don't know precisely when this was, but we've all tried very hard to understand. And here's what it looked like from a satellite yesterday. And you see the brown part at the top up there. That gives you probably the best perspective we have had until now, the penetration of the air kite. Remember, at first we thought it had penetrated a variety of these rings, as they're called, or lines, all the way to the inner courtyard. Well, as John McCarthy has reported several times to us throughout the day, it did not penetrate that far. It did, but very serious damage to the outer ring or two on the Pentagon. But that is the advantage we get at having a look at things from 400 miles up in the air. Now, we have another guest with us at the moment, and we have again the benefit of talking to somebody who's been on the ground, in this case as a volunteer. He's a cardiologist and emergency room doctor. His name is Alan Fedida, and he's with us here at ABC News headquarters. Good evening, Mr. Fedida, or Dr. Fedida, I should say. Thank you for coming and telling us what you saw in the course of your work in the last 24 hours. You spent, I know, some time at what this was going to be this triage center at Chelsea Piers.
That's right. I spent the better part of yesterday setting up an area. There were, I think, 50 stretchers set up, some by hospital groups, some by volunteer physicians who were there with paramedics. And we tried to set up in anticipation of receiving patients who would be triaged there and then sent to other hospitals depending on their severity of injury.
Do I understand that correctly that today you've been treating mostly relief and rescue workers?
We were set up after appearing at Chelsea Piers at 6 o'clock in the morning. Physicians left by twos and with paramedics and supplies and by ambulances, and they headed south. I ended up at the entrance to 2 Financial Center, and we treated firemen, policemen, minor injuries mostly, a couple with respiratory problems that we sent on to via ambulances to local hospitals, and there were the severely injured, 2 or 3 severely injured people that I heard of being removed from the site were directly evacuated by ambulance directly to medical centers.
Now, you mentioned respiratory problems. Are there widespread respiratory problems among the relief workers?
Well, all the relief workers were encouraged to wear masks, and of course the mask came in a variety of shapes and sizes depending on the preparedness of the individuals. I think the people, disaster planners had the most advanced technology, and of course, as you went down the ladder to the firemen, they had the simplest masks. And at some point, we were even walking around distributing masks to firemen and to police officers and to anyone who didn't have any. And of course, ourselves, we all wore masks. The handful of physicians and nurses and paramedics that were manning the station. We had about a half a dozen stretchers, a couple of chairs. We would give breathing treatments, oxygen, irrigated a lot of eyes, and it's just an overwhelming day, actually.
Okay, let me just stop you for a second, because while you've been talking, we've been looking at a scene behind you, which I think bears some explanation. And I'm not sure we're able to explain it. But we've been looking at what is a good old-fashioned bucket brigade. Can we go back to that picture and try to see what is actually happening down in the crisis zone? Can I talk? That's right. We don't know precisely what they're doing here, but this is buckets being passed up one line and with something in them and back down the other. It may well be that what they're simply doing is moving debris out of a location where something requiring this degree of precision is important. And because you've got, more than a dozen, 15 or 20 men and women in one case there, doing something of a fairly precise nature, but so much of this operation is precise. Let me come back to Dr. Fedida. What are the rescue workers telling you when they come in to see you? What are they telling you about the circumstances on the ground?
Well, one fireman told me he'd been doing this for 30 years. He'd never seen anything like this before. He'd come from a company in the Bronx. They lost the first 2 rounds of shifts, the day shift and the night shift, and been killed in the explosion and collapse in the fire. One fireman had been there since the beginning, and he was just starting to exhaust at about noon today. He was feeling a little dizzy and lightheaded. We hooked him up to an IV. We hydrated him up a little bit. We sent him off to the via ambulance to the local emergency room. What can I say?
Well, I tell you, we could this degree of exhaustion, which we just see must be very apparent among the firefighters particularly, and all the other relief workers as well. Do you see that time and time again from your position down there?
Well, there are a lot of people involved. There are all kinds of firefighters from mostly all around the area, not just New York. There are people coming across from New Jersey, from upstate New York, from Long Island, and they're all involved. And there's a big group of people, and then there's tractors with moving pieces, and there are lines of firefighters trying to get to the rubble, to try to clear out the rubble.
Well, Dr. Fedida, thanks very much for giving us the time. I know that it's not easy for you to step away from your job at the moment and come and talk to folks, but I hope you feel that it's important to communicate what you've seen. Thanks very much, Dr. Alain Fedida, cardiologist and emergency room doctor, who is a volunteer. And there have been so many volunteers show up here that Joe Albaugh, the director of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has said in some respects they'd like volunteers to lay off for just a moment until they call, because he points out that they'll be needed farther down the road. But one of the reasons volunteers are needed, because people get so exhausted that they're trying to rotate firefighters in and out on a fairly regular basis. Let's go to the White House and Terry Moran. Terry.
Well, Peter, all day we've heard escalation of the rhetoric around this issue of the terrorist attacks. President Bush this morning using the word war for the first time, saying this was not a terrorist attack. This was an act of war. And that word, of course, carries with it profound legal and political implications. Members of Congress have, a few of them, been calling actually for an outright declaration of war. How that would be framed in this situation is anybody's guess. But what we can tell you is that discussions have now been undertaken between the White House and members of Congress on how to frame some kind of resolution authorizing the president to use force. This would be akin to the kind of thing President Bush's father got in the Gulf War situation, and that is a very important development at this late hour that we'll be going into tomorrow.
Okay, Terry, well, we're going to ask a man who should know. We're joined by Senator Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and ask him, first of all, Senator Biden, at the time of the Gulf War, when President Bush, former President Bush, got an authorization from Congress, but there was an enemy you could identify, and there was a coalition which was prepared to go to war. So if you have who are we going to declare war against today?
Well, as John McCain said earlier, I don't know who we declare war against. That's why I think to meet the constitutional criteria under the War Powers Clause of the Constitution, you need only authorize the use of force. I think the declaration of war is a bit over the top, not in terms of the damage done to us, but in terms of how who we are declaring war against. It's usually a nation state you declare war against.
But is there a movement in Congress, in the Senate, or in the House tonight to have a declaration of war? Is it a significant movement?
No, I really don't think so. I'm part of that so-called leadership that is actually our staffs are meeting right now to provide the president with the full authority he needs to respond once we identify who is responsible for this act and those who are complicitous. As you know, Peter, because I know you know the UN pretty well, under the UN Charter, under one of the articles, we're allowed to act in self-defense against a nation state if, in fact, they're, in this case, harboring and/or were part or complicitous in this act. But one of the most significant things, if I can say, that's happened, and Secretary Powell deserves a great deal of credit, for the first time in history, the NATO organization voted today to treat this attack on the United States as an Article 5 attack, which that means is Article 5 says an attack on one is an attack on all. And if we determine that they, in fact, those who perpetrated the attack were from abroad, then, in fact, we will have the full support of all of our NATO allies in hunting them down and responding to whatever military action is needed. And that is a gigantic development.
Well, again, I apologize for being skeptical on an occasion like this, because I know the country and somebody get you a drink of water too. I think we all need it too. Somebody please give Senator Biden a drink of water.
Maybe I could get a drink.
Yeah, and we all need it today. But let me just add a note of professional skepticism here too, in terms of coming to allies and getting an invocation under Article 5 of the NATO resolution that an attack on one is an attack on. I'll remind you of Bosnia. And how difficult it was to get the NATO alliance to go and do something.
But Peter, that was a very different thing. We never got an Article 5 there because it was not viewed as an attack on any of the nation states. The argument there was Bosnia and the Balkans are not part of NATO. Therefore, Article 5 does not pertain. This is a very different deal.
Well,
very different deal.
I take your point in a technical sense, Senator, but I wonder whether or not what we're seeing today, for obvious reasons, from the country's allies and certainly from the country itself, is part of this gut reaction to do something, and at least for the moment, let's all hang in here together.
You know what I think we're seeing, and I hope I'm right about this. Obviously, only time will tell. People in the Senate today and around the country were talking about the end of life as the way we know it. I refuse to view it that way. I believe this may be the beginning of the end of the ability of terrorist organizations to have widespread networks and the support of client states. And the reason I say that is this. I believe every world leader, from Jiang Zemin to Putin, could picture that jet slamming into them, slamming into their country. They're all of a sudden beginning to realize that their support of these organizations may come back to bite them in a big way. You take a look at Russia now beginning to look at Iran in a way that's very different, where they're concerned about fundamental Muslim states in the stands. You look at China's concern about what happens with Pakistan. And I just think we may be, if we do this properly, if we lead properly, we may be able to turn this into a very, very positive way in which to ultimately deal with terrorism. Because as you've pointed out, the ability to deal with terrorism on our own long term is very difficult to do without the cooperation of other nations.
And I appreciate, Senator, this is a very long discussion, even a debate that will be held in the country and with other countries. But you use the example of Russia. Russia has, do you envision the United States following a path similar to that of the Russians, who have endured in the capital, Moscow, horrendous violence as a result of the war in Chechnya? And look what the Russians have done to Chechnya. Can you imagine the United States getting itself into that kind of a situation?
No, but I can imagine I think there would be a very different circumstance if, in fact, for example, is very much in Russia's interest. Let's just assume, for the sake of discussion, and I'm not saying this is the case. Assume for the sake of discussion that this is a bin Laden operation. Assume for the sake of discussion that the Taliban gave aid and comfort and is presently dealing with hiding him and others. It's very much in Russia's interest. It's very much in the moderate states in the Middle East's interest. It's very much in NATO's interest that, in fact, that circumstance be altered. It's a very different circumstance when the entire world is decided to make Afghanistan a pariah state and to respond, even with military force. But again,
let me interrupt you again. I want to interrupt you again because, again, you want to just make this part of discussion. I think it's almost academic at the moment. Indeed, Afghanistan is already a pariah state. And the Taliban.
It is a prior state,
and
but
it's
no one's willing to act against.
Well, what
the
would you
prior
do?
state.
What would you do against Afghanistan?
There's a lot of things you could do. First of all, the Pakistani government's going to have to make a decision about whether it continues to cozy up with the Taliban.
That's an issue for Pakistan.
Pardon me?
That's an issue between the United States and Pakistan, it seems.
Oh, it darn right is. But if in fact I'm correct about the response that the world is potentially willing to take, including NATO, Pakistan has nowhere to look if China, Russia, and the United States, along with the European nations, make it clear that this is a condition upon which they have to essentially choose sides. The ability of the Taliban to be able to maintain itself in the present posture it is dependent in part upon the ability to deal with Pakistan. But as you point out, this is a bit of a moot point. What is not moot at the moment is that I believe there is absolute resolve on the part of you. For example, I was asked in an earlier program, would the American people support the use of ground forces if we determined exactly what the target was?
Classic question.
My answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. This is a unprecedented attack upon the American people. They weren't willing to go. The entire British Army was floating in the English Channel, and we did not react. But once Pearl Harbor was hit, we reacted. There's a fundamental difference you guys don't get. This is, in fact, an attack upon the United States. American citizens are dead. This is not Bosnia. This is not anything else.
Okay, Senator, I take your point. Let me move on to something else because it's a much more immediate, but certainly an immediate issue. There's been discussions in Congress today as to how much money might be appropriated or set aside to fight or to intensify this campaign against terrorism. I think the figures are about somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 billion a year going to this fight already. How much money has been discussed today setting aside to escalate the war?
Well, there hasn't been much discussion about detail money, but those of us who deal in this a lot can give you some numbers. For example, there was a recent commission that has proposed a $30 billion 10-year program to deal with just corralling chemical weapons. There is a proposal that we need now for the intelligence community to be able to be beefed up before this happened, about $3 billion. We're going to have to make a very difficult decision, and it's easy for me, from my perspective. What is our priority in this nation in terms of our defense needs? Is it really to spend $500 billion, up to $500 billion on a national missile defense, or is it to now spend an additional $30 or $40 billion to deal with homeland threats that relate to pathogens, relate to chemical weapons, relate to beefing up our intelligence capacity?
I hear you trying to change the parameters of the debate that is currently going on between your party and the president about the validity of having a national missile defense program. So I hear politics.
It's not about the validity, it's about the priority.
Okay, I take the priority. The president very much wants a national missile defense program. You and your party are resisting him, or certainly resisting the dollars he wants for it. Do I hear the debate changing?
Well, I think the debate has changed.
Okay.
I think it has changed.
Okay. Well, I very much appreciate your time, Senator Biden.
I appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
Always, sir. Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, making the point that it is now an issue about priorities, and there has been indeed very powerful political enthusiasm today for stepping up the war against international terrorism. And you begin to hear a phrase now, it's a defense of the homelands policy or defense of home policy. I apologize for my ears here. But this issue about how the country spends its defense dollars is going to change, and has, as Senator Biden points out, has been maybe changed quite dramatically by this attack on the United States in a conventional way within the last couple of days. To the White House, Terry Moran. Terry.
Well, Peter, the response of the country, of the government, moves from those matters of security and high matters of state to the very personal and very intimate. The country is now sort of past the president's first priority was to get at the victims, get at the security situation. And administration officials are now saying that the president is looking toward the next step, trying to gather the country in a kind of day of prayer and reflection. They're looking to that to happen towards the end of the week. And as if to dramatize the need for that, or the ground is well laid for that, all of a sudden now, hundreds of people have appeared silently in front of the White House, holding candles and flags. within sight of the president's windows.
And within sight of you, Terry, could we turn the camera around? Is that possible?
We're going to try to turn the camera here. I'm not quite sure what kind of shot we're going to get. People marching down Pennsylvania Avenue silently, holding candles.
Yes, indeed, we get it. It's similar to what's happening in New York City tonight. Cynthia McFadden reported she's been moving throughout New York City tonight, and from downtown to uptown, she's encountering many small candlelight vigils occurring, and we just get a lot of other people have crowded to the fence to see it going by. I think we just get a glimpse, I think, of people going by there tonight. Go ahead, Terry.
And there are hundreds of them, Peter. They've just they must have mobilized somewhere, and they're walking here. And as I say, it is beneath the president's windows. We are told that the president is thinking about the need that the country has for prayer and reflection, looking to declare some kind of national day of prayer and reflection towards the end of this week, perhaps. And you can see that Americans here are ahead of him on that.
It speaks to something else, does it not, Terry, that the street, Pennsylvania Avenue, in front of the north side of the White House is in fact open at the moment, because under some circumstances we might have been expected it to be closed down.
Yes, Peter, and it seemed that White House officials, security officials, were very intent on getting this complex in Pennsylvania Avenue open again to pedestrian traffic. It's been closed, of course, to motor vehicle traffic for several years now, almost as if they wanted to kind of signal that for this purpose the government was back in business. The White House opened public tours again. 300 to 400 people came through. And as they left, each of them were given an American flag. It's just that kind of moment here. People see the White House as the focus, appropriately, this kind of emotion.
Thanks very much, Terry Moran at the White House. And I think in many respects that's what Senator Biden and other politicians today have been expressing to all of us in their intense argument for the country to do more now that the country has been attacked in this most direct way, unlike anything the United States has ever experienced on its own soil before. And so we can have a lot of academic discussions about where's the money going to come from and what does it mean to have a coalition fighting international or terrorism. We shouldn't call it always just fighting terrorism in general, but it is in some respects academic at the moment, because that is the mood that we pick up in the political establishment on the streets of the United States, and certainly reflected in the messages to the United States from certainly other leaders around the world. All have everybody sharing that same gut reaction today. Brian Ross, as you know, we're following the investigation as best we can into who did this and what the connections are between the people the terrorists, the hijackers who died in those aircraft, along with the passengers they had taken hostage, and whatever concentric rings there may be outside that supported them here and overseas. Here's ABC's Brian Ross.
The FBI investigation came to this quiet street of expensive homes in Vero Beach, Florida, early this morning. And 2 homes rented for the last few months by 5 men now considered possible suspects in the terrorist attacks. Left behind were documents and photos, including one of a man by the name of Adnan Bukhari, who was taken into custody by the FBI today. The landlord said the group had asked for a 2-week extension of the lease, which was supposed to expire at the end of August. 4 of the men disappeared on Monday, and one of them, Amir Kamfar, who lived in this house, is now being sought by the FBI, which has warned that if he is alive, he may be traveling with an AK-47 automatic weapon. Neighbors say when the FBI carried out its raid at 5 a.m. today, the entire block was evacuated.
The guy he's wearing a shirt that says FBI on it, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? And she said we had to evacuate the house. So it was unexpected.
Neighbors say the men left in such haste Monday that they left behind one of their vans. The documents inside the house include pilot training manuals and certificates that indicate the men had connections with Saudi Airlines, one of them certified as a 747 flight engineer. Neighbors said they had a hard time believing the men could be terrorists, that some of them liked to go bowling.
The parents will take us by the park, and the dad will leave the mom. And while the dad goes to take us flight classes, and then he'd come up about an hour later and pick us up.
Brian Ross is with us this evening, and I think probably wants to finish off that report, Brian.
Peter,
Yes, it's a new lead that came out of Vero Beach where a number of the possible suspects seem to have taken up residence in the last year. They were there undetected for quite a while, and many of them attended a local flight training school to become qualified to fly the big jets, and it has created great interest on the part of the FBI. One man who was picked up there today is in custody for questioning, not charged, but in custody.
Okay, thanks very much, Brian Ross, who continues along with Jonathan Miller to be the principal reporters on the investigation, and we do our best to keep up with it. And we keep turning to check on the email every so often. In the wake of that conversation with Senator Biden, a couple of quick emails popped up speaking to the subject of what the writer seems to regard as a somewhat of a naive approach, even in these disastrous moments, to the war against terrorism. And one says just a moment ago, is it not rather naive, whoever it is, the president or anybody else, to find the enemy and go to war with them rather than understanding the systemic issues that lead to terrorism? And he raises this particular writer, I think it's a man, raises these issue of security and missile defense shield. We talked to Senator Biden about how the debate may shift on the financial priorities there. But here's one of a number of people we've heard from today who asked that we rethink the policy towards buying ex-Soviet nuclear warheads, towards nuclear testing, towards the risk in Kashmir, which is a struggle in a piece of territory between India and Pakistan. But the essential message here: what are the systemic causes of the vehemence and the anger and the hatred of the United States in some parts of the world, which the United States will have to deal with? In other words, going to have to be more of than just a simple military answer to any of the problems that have been made so stark in the last couple of days. Stephanie Brown, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Stephanie works as a bond broker at One World Trade Center in the North Tower for a company called Garbin.
That's correct.
If I pronounce it correctly, yes. And is one of a number of people who've taken the time, for which we're very grateful, to come and tell us what has happened. You were in the building for plane number 1, and you were on the ground for plane number 2, and I gather you, am I correct?
I was in the stairwell for plane number 2.
You were still in the building for plane number 1 and plane number 2, and then you managed to take off, and you took off, and before you'd gone too very far, you heard that your place of employment was gone.
Well, we were actually on the train on our way home. We got out of the building right after the second one hit and ran uptown, up Broadway, and made it up to the 23rd Street PATH station and got on the last PATH train out of the city.
You were going to New Jersey?
Yes.
Right.
And we came out of the tunnel and looked back, and someone said, they're gone. The World Trade Center's gone. I said, it can't be gone. Where could it have gone? It doesn't just disappear.
Yeah, it's the World Trade Center.
Yeah. And then when I finally got in touch with my family, they told me they had watched my building collapse.
Your family must have just been crazy.
They were. They were all at my house waiting for me.
Right. And you've come to work, as so many people have, from across the Hudson River on the New Jersey side. And before you ever crossed the river, back from many, many miles away in New Jersey, the twin trade towers have always been there. Mm-hmm. Now, you've come across the river today. What's the experience of not seeing these two great landmarks there?
It's a huge loss. I can't believe it. I saw the skyline, and it didn't even look familiar to me. I always see the trade centers and know that I work there. I can't even describe it.
Do you know about the well-being of your colleagues at the company you work for?
Actually, just a few hours ago, I heard from the last man that I work with on my particular desk, and he was okay. He was actually assisting some of the people working there, getting everyone out. And that's why he couldn't get in touch with us sooner. But I spoke to him. So far, my company, it seems everybody's all right.
What have you been doing since?
Watching the news.
Really?
Talking to people. I've had phone calls from all over the country, my cousins and family and friends.
It must make an enormous difference in terms of rebonding with your family.
It does. Not only my family, but all my coworkers. I feel I can't wait to see them all because we've been through so much together. And the gentleman that I left the building with, Dan Lavalier, was the reason that I was able to get out of the city. Without him, I would have been stuck there.
Now, as you watch the news coverage over the day and a bit since this actually happened to you, and you see what we're talking about and you see it on television, what are we missing in terms of your experiences?
The trip down the staircase was terrible. We saw people coming down that had been injured and burnt and were bleeding. They were walking 100 stairs down, and they were very stoic. And the firefighters that I saw going up, I saw probably 100 firefighters in the building.
Who were passing you going up as you
They
were coming
were
down?
on the same staircase and carrying all their equipment. They had a long way to go, and I know that they were just walking up stairs into a disaster.
What floor were you actually on?
I was on 25.
So you had a pretty good distance to come down, not as far as some, farther than others.
Yeah. Took about 40 minutes.
It's been quite fascinating to hear people talk about the orderliness of the evacuation and the experience in the stairwell. In your case, it was all reasonably calm?
Reasonably calm. There was water the last three staircases.
The sprinkler system had come on?
Right. And we got down to the bottom, walked across the concourse level, and just as we were getting towards 7 World Trade, they started to yell and scream that we needed to get out of the building immediately. And there was a sense of panic at that point because everybody had been very calm up until that point. We heard the second plane hit in the staircase, and the firefighters had walkie-talkies, so we heard what was going on. So we knew that it had not been an accident, as we had thought, but an attack.
So on the way down, you could hear the walkie-talkies of the firemen as they were going up. Has it made it better to talk about it since?
Yes, I would think so. To talk to other people that I work with and see how they got out and what their experience was, it has. Every time I see my building exploding, it's going down into nothing. I can't believe it, that I've been there for so long. There it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think we realize, those of us who didn't work there or don't have an intimate association with it in terms of friends or colleagues, I don't think we appreciate seeing these pictures over and over and over again in anything like the way that you must.
No, I can see the planes go in because I saw it when I was there. I saw it on the news. We knew it was a plane, but we never thought it was an attack. And to see the building that I've gone to every day for a few years now, it's unbelievable.
But we wish you well.
Thank
you very much for coming. I'm very glad you bonded with your family.
Thank you.
Very important. Stephanie Brown, a bond broker who worked in the North Tower on the 25th floor and is another of those who's been, if not happy, at least comfortable to share her experiences with us. Many thanks, Stephanie. I appreciate it very much. On the subject of the slice of life, here's ABC's Chris Cuomo. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Stories about the blast. These are some of the people we met just blocks from what used to be the World Trade Center on the corner of Church and Duane.
Where do you live? 2 blocks from here.
Michael Imperioli has lived through some dramatic plots in his role as Chris Molasanti on The Sopranos, but never anything like this.
There's just no words for it.
People were saying yesterday, man, this is like a movie. This is like a movie watching this. It's not like a movie.
Nothing like a movie. No. I mean, you looked around and saw faces. It's just shock. It's just, there's no way to even describe what you felt when you're watching that thing burn, and the hole in the building before it fell. It was just like this symbol, like things have changed, life is not as we knew it anymore.
Life will certainly never be the same for Scott and Katie.
Did you try to get down here yesterday?
No, this is our first shot.
They're trying to find out if they still even have a home.
Have you seen any pictures? Do you know anything about what shape your building's in?
Have no idea.
With barricades at every corner, it won't be an easy trip.
Even if we went east a little bit, all the way over?
We'll have to move on that side of the street.
Okay.
On that side of the street.
We're going.
You guys need to be behind the
east now, please.
Go east. Thank you. Keep going, please.
We're a resident. We're just trying to get home.
Oh, you're a resident?
Yes, and this is my wife. Just trying to get a little bit farther south of Battery Park City. We're right there. We're right on the edge of Battery Park.
They're not sure if they'll get home today or even next week, but they know the most important thing. They're alive. And then we met Dr. Keith Rubin. As soon as he heard about the blast, he volunteered to help with the wounded.
I'm thinking about what do I have to do, what has to be organized, and
He hasn't been home since, exhausted physically and emotionally.
Came back this morning and And I met a brother and sister who were looking for their brother. They're trying to find the morgue. It's just so sad. To a healer, when you see something like this, it's just such a waste. It's such a waste. Life is so short. Some people don't realize it's a quick journey. It's really quick. It's so sad.
And then Dr. Rubin went back to work.
And why should it not be hard on doctors too? An example of how hard it has been on the people trying to help. We've been focused on the victims, of course. We're focused on the survivors, and we're going to do that now again with Diane Sawyer. But how could the relief workers, you know, when you're covering a story like this, it's this is perhaps maybe too inside, but journalists who cover wars, who cover disasters like this, very often are the first people to descend into black humor, and is often taken as an offense by people on the outside who are party to it. But it's pretty much of a protection that people use, and you hear it among firemen, and you hear it among cops too. You hear raw language about the circumstances that they are involved in. You certainly hear it with the military in combat, and it is a measure of self-protection. And here's a doctor who, in many respects, thank goodness, has the opportunity to lose it for a moment before, as Chris Cuomo said, he decided to go back to work. Diane Sawyer and Survivors.
Where are you from?
Whether it was luck or instinct or a guardian angel, these 5 strangers now share one precious title, Survivor. Susanna Cancro was in Tower 2 on the 100th floor. David Dre, Tower 1, 54th floor. And Sylvia Bulland and Dean Petkus outside on the ground. When the first plane hit, not one of them knew what had happened, but something inside each of them told them to get moving, get to safety.
I saw out the window this huge shooting flame. I mean, it was like 4 stories of flame. I mean, it was just all flame. I said, Carl, give me my bag. And he grabbed my bag and he gave it to me. And I said, I'm getting out of here.
100 stories below, Bullen Petkus and his wife were on their way to immigration when the ground shook and they clung to their son.
Yesterday morning was supposed to be the happiest day in my life. We were heading to go to the immigration building to get my green card.
Back in the sky, Susanna made it to the 78th floor. There was an announcement for everyone to stay put.
And it said, you know, this building is not in imminent danger. So stay where you are. And we all stopped and we all looked at each other. And this one woman looked at all of us and she shook her head and she kind of charged in front of us. And we all looked at each other and I said, nuh-uh. And we all just kept going and we ignored it.
Susanna's grandfather was a fireman and had drilled her as a little girl.
He would sit us down and say, when you're in a building, you always look around for the fire escape. You got to know how you're going to get out. If there's a fire, you got to know what you're going to do and where you're going to go.
A few minutes after she cleared that floor, the second plane hit almost exactly where she had been standing.
We were all in a stairwell and you got knocked off your feet. People fell, people were thrown into the wall. I held onto like a banister.
David Dre kept moving through paralyzing fear and mass confusion.
The first thing I saw when I ran into the street was a woman who was lying on her back in a fetal position on fire. She wasn't moving. I think that she must have come from the sky. I don't know how she could have come from the lobby.
After 50 minutes at a packed, panicked stairwell, Susanna made it outside.
Everybody, y'all, let's go!
And I get out there and I look to the right and everyone's staring up and I look up at the towers and that's the first time I've seen them. And that's when I just started to completely lose it.
In the chaos outside, the Petkus couple got separated.
I didn't know if I have a husband anymore, because I knew how close he was to those buildings. And when they collapsed, I said, that's it. I don't know if I have a husband anymore.
While Susanna and David made their way north, so did a frantic Sylvia Petkus. Instinct led her to St. Vincent's Hospital and into the arms of her husband.
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
And Susanna finally reached her family. Even they couldn't believe they were actually hearing from her.
every one of them told me they thought I was dead. They just grabbed me and just said, I can't believe you made it out of there.
There is nothing better than a story which shows a family reunited. And I want to tell you again that the authorities in New York City are very reluctant to make any assessment of how many people are lost. We know just by looking at all and looking at and hearing all of the appeals from family who are disconnected from family members particularly and colleagues who worked in the trade tower. But there's nothing better than a family reconnecting under these circumstances. We have incidentally confirmed that the New York police have evacuated the Empire State Building because there was a bomb scare there. We didn't know at first how serious a threat it was. The FBI says that a dog reacted strangely, and they obviously err on the side of caution. There has now been an all clear given on the Empire State Building, which is a great relief to the authorities and everybody else here. And you can see it's well away from the World Trade Center. It's well above 14th Street in Manhattan, one of the most significant landmarks in New York City, a landmark, one of the tallest buildings in the country, until, of course, it was eclipsed in this city by the twin trade towers themselves. And now, as this young woman we were talking to just a little while ago, who saw the trade towers every day coming across New Jersey, the Empire State Building and the Woolworth Building will stand out again as the significant landmarks in New York City that they were for so many years until the 1960s. But the important thing tonight, I don't believe there were many people in the Empire State Building at this particular time of night. There are just simply not many people out and about who do not have something of an urgent nature to do in New York City. But the police do confirm there was a bomb scare. They evacuated the building and gave an all clear pretty quickly, which suggests that there were not many people in the building. But it's another reflection of how high the state of alert is, not only here, but in many parts of the country as well. And to that end, here's a report from ABC's Martha Raddatz.
In downtown Washington, D.C., this is what the war on terrorism looks like. Humvees and military police scanning the streets.
The United States military has plans for a whole range of contingencies, and I'm sure that all those plans are being updated now. And as the latest intelligence is available, it's fed in.
The action the U.S. military has taken since the attacks is unprecedented. At sea, the Navy aircraft carrier USS George Washington, with roughly 50 to 60 strike aircraft on board, is off the coast of New York. Another carrier is stationed near Washington. Warships capable of responding to threats from the air, sea, or even underwater. In the Pacific, the aircraft carrier USS Stennis, along with guided missile destroyers and cruisers, are providing protection along the West Coast. And overhead, AWACS, the Pentagon's airborne early warning system, and fighter jets are flying over New York and Washington. Every military airstrip in the country has F-15s and F-16s ready to fly. This military plan was activated Tuesday by NORAD, the Aerospace Defense Command in Colorado, charged with protecting the U.S. against air attacks that before Tuesday, officials believed would likely come from abroad.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield.
Bases throughout the world are on high alert, checking IDs and vehicles.
The real challenge for U.S. forces lies ahead once the enemy is identified and the promised retaliation begins. Martha Raddatz, ABC News, the State Department.
Thank you very much, Martha Raddatz, who has monitored the U.S.'s relationships with the rest of the world and the security situation in many different parts of the country tonight. It was only a matter of time, it seems to me, before the question of the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City came up, and they have come up. They are in February next year. They are the next major, enormous international event to be held in the United States, the Winter Olympics at Salt Lake City in February of next year. And given what has happened, but even before what happened here, officials associated with the Winter Olympics were clearly anxious, given everything else that has happened in the world in the last several months. So here's ABC's Judy Muller.
With the Winter Games coming to Utah just 5 months from now, Olympic officials are reevaluating their security plans in light of yesterday's terrorist attack.
It does make us sit back and think, okay, now is a plan, can we really do what the plan says it can do?
The plan already calls for restricted airspace over the Olympic venues, such as Rice-Eccles Stadium, where the opening and closing ceremonies will attract tens of thousands of people. But the security challenge is still enormous.
How do you screen that many people? How do you protect all the venues? Probably more importantly, how do you protect the routes between the venues?
Ernest Lorelli is among the anti-terrorism experts who happened to be in Salt Lake, attending a conference sponsored by Jane's Defense Information Group. The Olympics, they say, present a tempting target for someone who wants to send a message, as we learned at the Atlanta Games.
Approximately 10,000 members of the press are in town. They're all set up. They're looking for stories.
It is an enormous security challenge. The venues are scattered for 100 miles all along the Wasatch Mountain Range. Transit systems and tourist attractions outside those venues could present prime targets that may be impossible to protect.
I don't have an answer for that because it would be impossible to put a police officer every 10 feet.
Can you have 100% security? Not without, searching everyone individually, everyone, every bag.
The challenge for Olympic officials is to balance the need for security with a respect for civil liberties. Given this week's events, however, they may find the public more willing to sacrifice one for the other. Judy Muller, ABC News, Salt Lake.
Judy Muller, who's been working in the western part of the United States tonight in many respects, and that report, as we said, about Salt Lake City was just bound to come up. We had Senator Joseph Biden here a while ago, we've had several people in to talk about what the Congress has been doing today and what it plans to do tomorrow. Senator Clinton from New York was going to come and join us this evening. She canceled, and nobody blames anybody for canceling under these particular circumstances. Tomorrow, the president is going to meet with the joint leadership of Congress. I think we believe that now, sometime mid to late morning at the White House. Is Terry Moran still with us? Okay. Okay. All right. And I want to continue to try to work through the situation about the security yesterday as far as the White House is concerned. But it's very difficult at the moment. We're very concerned in trying to establish what it was that caused the White House to believe and say publicly today that the White House was the initial target and not the Pentagon. It is certainly true that the president got moved along yesterday from Florida to Louisiana and to Nebraska. Even before they got to Louisiana, the decision had been made to go on to Nebraska. So there was clearly something going on in the airspace. He says post-attack, after the attack, in the airspace over Washington, or the White House believed there was, or the intelligence community believed there was, or the military or the Secret Service believed there was, that continued to keep the White House on the move yesterday. And it may be, in the words of one official coming to our reporters, that it did seem like things were unraveling and they were trying to plot out a strategy along the way. And this may account for the White House's concern today that it was the White House as a target. Let's go back to the Congress now. ABC's Linda Douglas is on Capitol Hill. Linda, they've had a very moving day up there. There's no question about it. They had prayers this morning in both the House and the Senate. They had a prayer vigil this afternoon. How much has been accomplished, or how much discussion has there been, and has it been heated or not, about what the United States should not do and how the Congress should support the president and on what level and basis?
Well, it hasn't been heated yet, but it has been very tense here. There is a lot of anger. You're right. People are grave and somber and filled with prayer, but there is a very strong feeling that the United States should react militarily. I was interested to listen to your interview with Senator Biden, because many of the Democrats are calling now, certainly amongst themselves, for the president to take some kind of military action. And the question is, what shape would that take? How would that be funded? They're also having specific conversations about how much money is going to be needed for the entire operation. That is not only for repairing in New York and for providing more security for the airports, but also for fighting back, for settling the score with what they're calling the enemies. And there is talk now among Republicans that the White House is ready to ask right now for $20 billion right now just for this year. And one key Republican told me that would just be a down payment.
It's a huge amount of money. And what would that do to the overall spending limits? And certainly what would it do to those requests which have been made for other elements of the military establishment?
Well, clearly it would put the budget on a very different footing than it has been on, or at least a different political footing than it has been on for some time. You may remember there's been all this talk about dipping into Social Security surplus, the excess funds that are paid into Social Security. That obviously would dip right into Social Security. But the chairman of the Budget Committee here in the Senate, Kent Conrad, a Democrat, said that right now defense is our core priority. I ran that by some other key Democratic senators. They were a little surprised to hear he'd said that. But if you hear people like the chairman of the Budget Committee saying defense is a core priority, then clearly the dynamics are changing here.
Now, you're an experienced reporter on Capitol Hill. You and I both recognize, as does the country, that we're in the middle of a very intense situation. You think this attitude is going to hold in the Congress, where suddenly the defense of the United States becomes the absolute core priority?
Well, there are many audiences to whom these members are speaking. Now, first of all, we should not be too cynical. There is genuine alarm here, and anger and grief, and all of those sentiments are very real. But also, these members are speaking to their constituents. The country is outraged about this. They want some action. I would imagine that in the minds of many Americans right now, defense is their core priority. So while bipartisanship is not likely to hold, they're going to find ways to divide pretty soon. This is pulling them together, not only for the country, but for their own sakes in terms of their fates back home with the voters.
We try very hard from a somewhat isolated position here to appreciate the mood of the country, and I think we know people are angry as well. And I don't mean to be cynical for a second, but when Democrats now call for an attack against the enemy, do they define the enemy?
Well, that is always the question. And of course, we're hearing that from even people like John McCain, who is saying that this is a war, who is saying we should be prepared to fight a war. But then he'll go on and say, but fight a war against whom? No one has a good plan for how you go about attacking an enemy you can't see or even identify. But as I told you earlier, Peter, they did get some briefings today in which they were told that it's likely that Osama bin Laden is deeply involved in this, but it's not just him. They said they did have information, the intelligence briefers, that there are other financiers of this operation. As those details become available, they're hoping to have states to aim their anger at.
I did hear you use that phrase before today, other financiers. Have you had the slightest indication who they might be talking about?
I really haven't, and I've talked to people who had much more refined intelligence briefings. Those senators are actually the least likely to talk, but it is a number of countries, which I suppose we could guess at, who've been associated with Osama bin Laden, whether it's Iraq. There are certainly some Iranians. There have been some reports that there are some supporters in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, but none of this has really been confirmed, Peter.
Okay, thanks very much, Linda Douglas. And you're making a very good point tonight, as clearly all the politicians have. The politicians are meant to serve their constituents as well as the country as a whole, and so are reflecting the anger which is felt in so many corners. It's felt in every corner of the country, not so many corners of the country, felt in every corner of the country tonight, and people wanting to strike back, and just, I think, all of us having some difficulty trying to figure out against whom do you actually strike at this particular moment, which takes us to Martha Raddatz at the State Department, who's just done a piece for us on security in the country. Martha, bring us up to date on what the message has been. Let me first of all tell you something that you, I think, probably already know, which we have just heard thanks to the Reuters news agency, that the military ruler in Pakistan, General Musharraf, has just promised the United States full cooperation in the fight against terror. And here's a quote which is attributed to him: "The carnage in New York and Washington has raised this struggle to a new level. Pakistan has been extending cooperation to international efforts to combat terrorism in the past and will continue to do so." This is Mr. Musharraf told the official Pakistani news agency. Is that the message you're getting at the State Department as well?
Yes, they've been putting a lot of diplomatic pressure on General Musharraf today. There were meetings here at the State Department with several Pakistani officials, and tomorrow there was supposed to be a meeting. I assume that will take place any time now in Pakistan with the general. Lots of diplomatic pressure. But one of the things you've been talking about tonight earlier, Peter, is the support from NATO in this unprecedented vote in NATO about Article 5. And I listened to some of your skepticism. I remember Secretary Powell saying earlier today he would not define himself what kind of support he would get from the allies, and he certainly backed away from them providing any military support. So your skepticism was well placed, I believe, because Secretary Powell himself was backing away from them.
Thanks very much, Martha Raddatz, at the State Department tonight. It's getting late. It's 11 o'clock Eastern Time in the United States, 8 o'clock in the West. We want to revisit in the final moments of this particular hour some of what happened on Capitol Hill today.
Amazing grace.
They do this every time.
How
they stress us out too much. They play Amazing Grace at midnight.
that saved
Something up with that.
a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious deep that grace appeared. The hour I first believed, through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come, and the grace that brought us safe thus far, and the grace will lead us home.
This is an ABC News special report.
Good evening. I'm Ted Koppel reporting tonight from London. I know that some of you have over the past indeed the past many hours, been watching my colleague Peter Jennings. I hope Peter is still sitting there in New York. Some of you have been watching local broadcasts. Peter, before I let you go, and Lord knows you have been putting in Herculean labors over these past few hours, this business that you and I are in is so much a matter of perspective. Those of you who were watching at the end of these last few minutes when you were talking know that the perspective of people who are in agony, waiting and wondering whether their loved ones are still alive, that perspective is perhaps the easiest to understand. There are people also laboring with whom you've been talking at response and what the United States as a great nation is going to do in response to all of this. I wanted to get from you, before you go off and get some well-deserved rest, just your perspective on what you've been covering together with our ABC News colleagues over these last many hours, and your thoughts before you leave for this evening.
I think it's very difficult, Ted. I think you put your finger on something really important. Those of us who do these kind of jobs are in some respects robbed of perspective because we're operating in a pretty isolated environment. And we're the beneficiaries of people's anger and analysis and love and affection and sorrow and hope as it gets processed through the news division. But one of the things it's very hard to do is to have an overall sense of perspective sitting in this chair over many, many hours. But you also say something else which is hard for the country to understand, hard for all of us to understand, both individually and collectively, I think, at times like this, and that is simply how complicated this is. When a nation as great as this, which stands in most respects for so much that is good, but is seen by so many people, by many people in the world, as standing for things which are not good, is attacked, the nation, particularly if it's powerful and therefore knows its limitations, is, I think, suffused with the notion of anxiety because you can't do as much about it. I think it's very hard for us at the moment to understand how angry many people in the world are at the United States. You know, you and I have the benefits. Please tell me if I go on too long. You and I have had the benefits of working for many years overseas, much of it in the developing world, in my case in the Middle East, in yours in Asia, both of us in Africa. You've just had this extraordinary trip in the Congo. And so we're fortunate. Many Americans are not exposed to the profound antipathy, anger, and now manifested in hatred that people have for the United States because it's a big power and because they see it on the wrong side of issues. So I'll get out of your way at the moment now by just simply saying I think the most difficult thing for me over all of these hours is to have an overall sense of perspective and just try to take advantage of other people's.
Peter, thank you very much. Go off, get some much-deserved rest, and see if you can decompress a little before you have to come back into the hot seat again. The point that you and I have both been making, and it's one that I just want to emphasize before we go into this next phase now of trying to analyze what is going on, is that in this job, the best that you and I can hope to do is to take fragments of what is going on everywhere and by putting it together, give people a sense of what is going on. I know many of you have just come back from a long day's work and you want to be updated on the latest news. We will try and do that for you. Some of you have been glued to your television sets all day long and you want some more thoughtful discussion. We will try and add to the thoughtful discussion you've already been hearing in the segments that you've been watching. But I'd like to begin with one of my Nightline colleagues, John Donvan, who has been spending the day putting together a number of reports that we'll be bringing you over the course of the next few hours, one of them having to do with the investigation thus far. And John, if you are in place, and because you and I are thousands of miles apart right now, it's a little difficult sometimes for me to know who is ready and who is not. I'm hoping that John is there either live or on tape, whichever you have. John, if you're live, indicate your presence, would you?
I'm talking to you and hearing you right now, Ted.
Very good. Tell me what you've put together here, and tell our audience at the same time.
Well, what I've really been doing today is relying an awful lot on some very, very good reporting by my colleagues at ABC News and the various bureaus around this city and actually around the country and around the world. All day long, we've been hearing anything that ranges from rumor to hard fact and sifting it. And what I'm putting together in a report I think we're about to see is, at this point, the arithmetic of that, what we know so far, what it adds up to, and what it does not add up to. So if that report is ready to go, I think you'll know that and I'll know that, and we'll see it in just a moment. Otherwise, we can keep talking.
For roughly the first 24 hours,
A huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us.
every image spoke of destruction,
We better get out of the way!
confusion, vulnerability, and darkness. Darkness, especially over the questions of who flew those planes into the towers and how did they take control of them and why.
The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America.
Today, U.S. authorities said they made progress on answering some of those questions. Some of what they were up to we could see. Late last night, the FBI seized a car parked near the American Airlines terminal at Boston's Logan Airport. This was ABC News at sunrise this morning.
And it is believed that that vehicle was being driven by at least some of these suspects. And we're getting further information about that. The Boston Herald is reporting that of those suspects, that they believe one of them was a trained pilot. And again, consistent with what George was saying just a few minutes ago, that some of these suspects flew to Boston early Tuesday morning from Portland, and that they had entered this country from Canada.
The FBI also identified a hotel that one team spent the night in South Portland, Maine. Two suspects left another rental car in Maine and were seen on videotape.
I can tell you that the two individuals are both males in their mid to late 30s, based on the photo that I saw, and that each one was carrying some type of small shoulder bag, not a real bulky one, but something small. Both kind of dark complected, dark hair.
Also this morning in Coral Springs, Florida, neighbors reported that FBI agents overnight raided a house listed as the address for a man named Mohammed Atta, an Egyptian who was believed to be a hijacker on one of the jets that rammed the World Trade Center. They got the address from Atta's driver's license. He is a known associate of Osama bin Laden. While in Florida, Atta was trained as a pilot by this flight instructor.
We're looking as a commercial outfit in the United States to train people. And if these people come with the right paperwork, immigration, etc., passports, then we did our job and we want to train them.
This morning, the president was on television.
The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever.
By noon today, some of the shadow apparently lifted. ABC News had learned that the FBI now knew the identity of all of the hijackers, at least 12 of them, from countries that included Saudi Arabia and Egypt.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down.
Also today, the Boston police raided a hotel, detained 3 people, 2 women and a man. Outside Providence, Rhode Island, they stopped an Amtrak train and took away 1 man. Late afternoon at the White House, the president's spokesman goes public with what before had been only a rumor.
We have specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were also intended targets of these attacks.
The plane in question is the one that ultimately flew into the Pentagon. Early this evening, investigators were dusting for fingerprints at the check-in counters at Dulles International Airport. Now what happened yesterday makes a little more sense, the way that people were at first evacuated from the White House rather casually, and then when it was realized one of the planes was headed their way, people were told to drop everything and run, and they did. And if Air Force One was a target, it also explains why the president hopscotched around the South for several hours yesterday, escorted by jet fighters, before returning to Washington. Add to all this searches of several houses in at least 3 states, and late tonight, another one in Hamburg, Germany.
Polizei auf die Anschläge auf das World Trade Center und das Pentagon verwickelt gewesen sein. Über die Art der Tatbeteiligung konnte noch nichts gesagt werden, aber die
And Ted, we have search warrants being executed overnight in Florida, New Jersey, and Massachusetts, and as we've said, other states. As far as we know, no arrest warrants have been issued. And there are just so many moving parts to this tonight that there were some of it we decided to discuss outside of the report because it's a little bit slippery. But that raid on the hotel in Boston, it's not really at all clear what happened there. They were led to the hotel reportedly by some information they picked up in one of the rental cars, led them to a specific hotel room there. And agents were surprised when they reached the room they were looking for, opened the door, and 3 people walked out. They detained those people, the 2 women and 1 man that we referred to. They have not arrested them. They have detained them. And it's not clear whether these people were involved or not. In fact, in all of these cases, of all of the people detained today, they're still not saying that they know whether or not for sure that they are suspects. They believe that they may have some link to Osama bin Laden, but they're not sure. Also want to point out, in one sense you can say it's amazingly quick response to already know, they say, the names of all of the hijackers. On the one hand, that is amazing. But what is also amazing is the implication of the fact that these men were receiving pilot training in the United States. Some of them were certified as pilots in the United States over a period that lasted at least a year. They've been here, they've been registered, they've been using their names and addresses and driver's licenses, which is allowing them, authorities now, to track these people to where they actually lived and where they went to school. And they got away with it for all that period of time. Even though a lot of them were known associates of Osama bin Laden and were on watch lists, they weren't being watched at the right time.
Actually, John, you touched on the very question I was just about to raise with you, and I'm going to be asking questions of all of our colleagues tonight, some of which you're not going to be able to answer. But 2 of those people, as you correctly point out, were on an FBI watch list. Is there any explanation yet as to how and why they were able to get into the country?
All we've heard are theories that they may have come in through Canada, they may have been smuggled in, they may have come in using false identity. But even if they came in under false identity or slipped into the country, they very quickly established what you might call standard legal identity. And we're filling out forms with the FAA to apply for pilot's licenses. So no, we don't have an answer to that.
John, I'll be coming back to you several times before our block of programming is over this evening, but thank you for what you've just reported. Nightline's Dave Marish is on the streets of New York City, just a few blocks from the site of the search and rescue effort. And Dave, at times like this, all I can say is, what can you tell us?
Ted, about 5 blocks from here, about 5 blocks south of here, in the absolute center of a brightly flood-lit disaster area, is a large firefighter with an almost as large magnetic whiteboard in front of him that has hundreds of numerical units on it in several colors. These just some of the many units of the New York Fire Department, Police Department, and dozens of other law enforcement and emergency service agencies from the whole metropolitan area that cover this area. It looks something like an anthill because the people are dwarfed by the massive size of the wreckage. When a 1,350-foot tower comes down, even in pieces, it makes a mountainous wreckage. It is at least 60 or 70 feet high, and behind its crest, a big black cloud of smoke continues to rise from what can literally be called the well of the world's sorrows. 82 people are known to have died here. The mayor of New York has requested 6,000 body bags. Those 2 numbers give you, I think, a very good sense of how little has been penetrated of this wreckage and how much more horror there is to be uncovered.
David, I want to move around to a number of our colleagues this evening, but before I let you go for the moment, and I should point out that we'll be coming back to you again also. When you spoke of the 80 known dead, you do not mention, of course, the firemen and the policemen who we know have died in the wreckage. Just a quick word on them. Lord knows they deserve mention at the top of this broadcast.
They certainly do, Ted. 202 New York City firefighters are still missing. 57 police officers, 200 other state employees. And I must say that missing must be presumed dead now. To see this wreckage, to have looked at this massive pancaking of floors and window frames compressed into, as I say, still a pile 50, 75, 80 feet high, but that was once 1,350 feet high. The vertical compression of the collapse of this building almost certainly has killed everyone who was within it. One note, though, Ted, that I want to pass on. The largest single renter in the World Trade Center, with 21 floors occupied by 3,500 employees. Morgan Stanley, the financial business company, reported that most, no hard number here, but most of their 3,500 employees on 21 floors in the area that was struck by the plane escaped this building and are alive tonight.
And one of the biggest jobs over these next few days, and this is one instance in which the internet is going to be of enormous value, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit later too, is that people now are trying to find out quite literally by making contact and asking those who have survived to let people know. The compilation of lists is going to be, in many respects, the principal focus of this effort over the next few days. Dave Marish was talking just a moment ago about how the wreckage looks from the outside. We're going to get an extraordinary look now at how it looks from the inside. I'd like to turn to my Nightline colleague, Michelle Martin in New York, who is joined by an amateur photographer who has some extraordinary video. Michelle?
Ted, I'd like to introduce you to Tim Cothran, who's actually a professional video journalist. He is a freelancer for ABC, and he was able to get inside what we are all calling ground zero of the World Trade Center today. And as you pointed out, he has some rather extraordinary video that we would like to show you now. We've condensed it, obviously, quite a bit. He shot about an hour of it, more than an hour. And Tim, why don't you tell us what we're seeing here? And about what time did you go in?
I started shooting tape about 2:30 in the afternoon. We entered the big atrium of the old the financial center, and this atrium used to be absolutely gorgeous. But in order to get to the wreckage, we had to go through this other building. At the top of these stairs, there was some graffiti that was actually written in the sand that's everywhere as a dedication to the brothers of all the firemen, and they all consider themselves brothers. And it's very, very important to them that they be remembered. And I thought that was a very special thing there.
What are you hearing here?
Well, a lot of saws, a lot of hubbub. And you walk forward, and here's this panoramic window of this vast, vast, vast destruction and all this activity going on outside.
What was the temperature like in there? Was it hot? Was it uncomfortable to be in there?
No, well, we've been very fortunate that these days have been so beautiful in New York City. So it was eerie. Here you were in this enormous amphitheater of destruction, and it was just one of the nicest days of the year. But a tremendous amount of sawing and banging. And the guys work in teams. They help each other out. Sometimes if they find a particularly hot or interesting spot, they'll work in groups of 10 or a dozen. And it's all hands-on work. They're not using any heavy tools here, as you can see. They're going bit by bit. It's arduous, it's hard, and these guys are putting all their effort into it.
It also seems rather dangerous. I see many jagged pieces of metal. Did you have a sense of being in danger while you were on top of the rubble?
There's tons and tons of broken glass all over the place. I only had tennis sneakers on, so I was pretty worried. But you picked where you walked, and you just choose where you stepped.
What are we seeing here?
Well, this is poignant in that this is a fire truck. This is a badly charred fire truck, and it's one of the few things in this valley that has been actually kind of cleaned off and hosed off, because it means a lot to these guys. I mean, you can see it's absolutely destroyed. The tires are burned. All the rigging is destroyed, and they're using it sort of as a table, as a setup area, and it really means a lot to them. It's a staging area, as well as a place where some people get very, very emotional because a lot of guys died here.
And paying their respects.
And paying their respects.
Even as they continue to do the job to which they've been assigned today.
Absolutely.
Did you have a sense of being very far up? Did you have a sense of being a couple of stories up atop the rubble there?
It was really hard to gauge elevation because you're surrounded by some high pieces as well. You're sort of just this sensation of being in something of a valley. And it's just everything is smashed to atoms. There are no big pieces of anything.
And I think that this photograph speaks for itself. I think that everyone will recognize what is occurring here, that the remains of someone are being removed.
Exactly. In the 2 hours that I was there, I saw at least 10 body bags being lifted out, and they seem to find 2 and 3 sets of remains, and they used dogs. They called the dogs in, and the dogs have been there for, I'm sure, quite some time. In fact, before I left, they actually retired the dogs. The dogs actually got very fatigued, and they gave them the afternoon off, or the rest of the afternoon, which they certainly deserved. And they helped pick up body scents and so forth.
A site that has become rather familiar from disasters in which Americans have volunteered around the world, but not one I think Americans expect to see here.
Just everybody pitching in, you know, it's the bucket brigade syndrome where guys just move stuff out, they move it to the outside. And it was really hard because even though this disaster only happened a day ago, these cadavers are starting to decompose, and it was hard. It was hard for everybody, and it made everybody realize that it's only going to get worse in coming days. These guys work in teams. They'll investigate a nook, a cranny. They'll put their heads together and come up with a plan.
And they're crawling under rather large slabs of plaster, concrete, and metal. They don't seem very well protected.
Well, that's their job. They love it. They do it. There they are, scaling up enormous pieces of debris. And so as I was leaving, at about 5:15, everyone started running.
A sudden change of energy here. What's going on?
Absolutely. They got a call on the phone, over the horn, that the structure that was adjacent to us was unstable and may come down. So I hit the record button and started running along with everyone. We took a breath here to see if there was anything else going on, and then we suddenly heard this rumble, which you may hear on the tape, and it scared me to death. And that was it. We just bolted. The 60 pounds of gear I had on me weighed nothing. We just flew out of there, scared to death.
When did you begin to calm back down? How long did it take before your heart rate came back down and you?
Well, I'll tell you what, watching this stuff brings it right back up. I'll tell you that. And it makes you realize what these guys and women are doing and how much it means to them.
Ted, as I said, some rather extraordinary footage from Tim Cothran, freelance video journalist, a freelancer for ABC. And I can tell you that he's still actually covered with plaster dust, and the smell of smoke still clings to him. Ted?
John Donvan just called in, and I'm getting the information from New York. I have forgotten, I knew it, but forgotten that both John's father and your father were New York City firemen. Just keep talking for a moment, because I know this is close to home, and there is one aspect of the story that the two of you have not spoken about, and just keep talking, if you would, about the possibility of survivors and what is being done to find people who might still be there.
Well, Ted, I wasn't going to mention this, but the reality is my father is a retired New York City fireman, and my brother is an active fireman. And I can tell you that on Tuesday morning, my first thought was of him. And thankfully, he called very early, and I was able to assure the rest of the family that he was safe. So, of course, it's ironic to be thinking first of my father at a time like this, and then of my brother, who like many firemen, is second generation, carrying on that tradition. Because, as Tim said, they love it. They love the serving the public, and tough on the rest of us, but we appreciate the job that they do, as I think John does also.
I'd like you to pick up, though, on the notion of there may still be, as we have seen from all the earthquakes that we've covered over the years and other instances of terrorism where there are collapsed buildings, people can survive for extraordinary periods of time. Would the two of you just talk a little bit about what is being done to look for survivors?
Well, if John would, I don't know if John would like to pick up, but well, as Tim showed us, that they're working very carefully.
No, I didn't mean John.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Michelle. We've
go
got this little bit of a delay here. I
Yes.
wanted you to talk to Tim. Exactly.
Oh, Tim, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I think, as you heard, Ted would like to expand more about what the efforts are being made to search for survivors.
Every effort's being made to search for survivors. In fact, shortly after I got there, there was some commotion about over in a far southeast corner that they thought that there was some sounds. So, it's tough. It's really tough. But these guys are keeping the hope alive.
The other thing I think that's interesting to point out is that there isn't a lot of heavy equipment. And I think that can be puzzling to people, except if you consider that one of the only hopes that survivors have is that they're trapped in an air pocket where perhaps there's a conjunction of heavy pieces of material. So one of the challenges for rescuers is to try to move as much heavy equipment or rather heavy pieces of rubble as they can without destroying the very thing that is keeping survivors alive. And I think that's one of the reasons you do not see large pieces of equipment rolling willy-nilly across those piles of rubber, and why so much work is being done by hand.
Absolutely. It's all saws and cutting torches, and as you saw, buckets and gloved hands.
And I think the silence, too, becomes important, because that's the only way that rescuers who are understandably running on adrenaline themselves, who are working in teams, can listen for the sounds of survivors. In fact, I think that is what becomes eerie at a moment like this, is just the amount of silence, or just the quality of the silence that so many people working so hard are able to achieve for the purpose of finding people. We also have heard reports of people on cell phones trying to call people to see if they can achieve some help in locating them, but the phone service here has been very spotty, in part because the World Trade Center tower was where the antennas were. So it's a very awful situation under the best of circumstances, but it's also, I think, this, as Tim was pointing out, this weird confluence of sort of horror and the kind of heartwarming effect of so many people working together for this purpose. And you saw that today.
It's a tremendous effort, and it just made me realize how long it's going to take to get all that stuff out of there.
How long had many of those men been working without sleep?
I couldn't tell you, except that they're in there and they have their schedules, and they're in there every day for whatever it is, 6-7 hours at least, I'm sure. But they're rotating them now. I mean, they can't burn them out. They have a long road.
And of course, one of the more poignant moments for all of us are seeing remains being removed in these body bags. And without being indelicate, I'd like to ask if any of the rescuers, do you happen to know whether they knew any of the men whom they were removing from that scene?
I don't know about that, but the remains were in pretty bad shape, and I, at least while I was there, I wasn't aware of any firefighters or EMT types being removed. No.
Tim Cothran, thank you very much for bringing this video to us and for talking with us this evening. Ted?
Michelle? Michelle, thank you. The intersection of so many different stories, from the rescue story to the ongoing story of what is, after all, in addition to being a terrorist attack, also one of the biggest crime stories that the world has seen. The FBI director indicated today just how seriously he and his people are taking the investigation into yesterday's acts of terrorism. 4,000 FBI agents, that's more than a third of the total force, have now been assigned to this case. Another 3,000 support personnel are assisting, many at the crime scenes in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania. Joining us now from Memphis, Tennessee tonight, Weldon Kennedy. He is the former deputy director of the FBI, who was special agent in charge of the FBI's investigation into the Oklahoma City bombing. And joining us from our Washington bureau tonight, retired General Wayne Downing, who was commander-in-chief of the Joint Special Operations Command. He conducted the military's investigation into the terrorist attack on the Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. I scarcely know how to begin or where to begin, but perhaps that is the best way to start this conversation. From the FBI's point of view, how do you begin to impose order on something that by its very definition is absolute chaos?
Ted, that is extremely difficult. You start by taking one step at the time, and you see an investigation like this, as happened in Oklahoma City. You first develop one lead. That lead develops 2, 3, 4, or 5 additional leads. Each one of those develop 3, 4, or 5 additional. It's a geometric explosion of the investigation. That's precisely what happened in the Oklahoma City case. And from what I'm seeing from the news coverage, is what's happening in this case. They started by finding an automobile in a parking lot at Logan Airport in Massachusetts. That has developed a number of leads. Another vehicle was located in Maine. From those leads, they were able to develop the Florida information. Now we see that over 400 agents are involved in pursuing the leads developed in Florida. And this will continue as this case grows. In Oklahoma City, similarly, within 48 hours, we similarly had thousands of FBI agents literally all over the world working leads on the case.
Is there, General Downing, at a point like this, an intersection of responsibilities between those who are investigating the crime and those, in this case, the military, who would be responsible for some kind of a military reaction? In other words, are you guys in situations like this talking to each other, or is each group independently proceeding without regard to what the other is doing?
Well, I think there is some definitely some coordination, but one of the things that we've had to consider in the past is that the military does not interfere with the FBI's criminal investigation. I think in this case, we get into the old argument, is a terrorist act a crime or is it an act of war? And the answer is it's both, and it depends upon how the country wants to address it. We hear a lot of talk right now that this was an act of war and that war has begun. I would say war has probably begun on terrorism, certainly way before this, but this event completely changes the character. Certainly the FBI is going to have to be circumspect as to how they handle evidence, how they handle information. But my experience is there's an extremely good relationship between the FBI and the CIA. They have good people swapped in each agency working the terrorist problem. And certainly I think the kind of information that the military needs and that the CIA needs in order to develop the targets that we might want to strike, I feel confident that information will flow freely in this case.
When you talk about talk of war, it's more than just random talk of war. Sometimes we in the press are talking about war. Sometimes the public and Congress begins to talk about war. But today we have a situation where the commander-in-chief is referring to this as a war, where the Secretary of State himself, a former general, is talking about this as a war.
Correct.
Define for us what that means. We use that term kind of loosely, and I have a fear that because many of our young people have never had the experience, that they don't know how long a war can last, and that they don't know how complicated and how bloody it can get. Give us a sense of both of those things, will you?
You know, a war implies that we're going to have a strategic aim. And just stating that and honing in on what it really means is important, and it takes some effort. And then in order to prosecute this war, we're going to have a series of campaign plans, of which the military campaign plan is just one of the campaign plans. And then in that campaign plan, you're going to have to fight a series of battles. And as I mentioned earlier with Peter Jennings, this thing, is not going to be without setbacks. I mean, we're going to do things. We want to reach out. We want to strike these terrorists and whoever are supporting them. But we should not be naive that they're not going to retaliate, and they're not going to anticipate some of the things we're going to want to do. And this isn't going to be over in a month or 2 months or 6 months, but this may well take years. And so this is serious business. This is hard work. And we've got to gear up just like those emergency crews and firemen down there in the World Trade Center area. We've got to gear up just like they are for the long haul on this business.
This is where I think we have to start talking about the intersection of responsibilities between the military and the FBI and the CIA. You've already alluded to that. And Mr. Kennedy, we have been focusing, as is natural, on the investigation into who committed this crime. But the FBI, as the sort of federal police force in the United States, also has the responsibility now, and it's a heightened responsibility, of helping to protect the American people against anything further happening in the future. And we have just heard the projection that this is going to go on for months, possibly years. How is that going to change the way that the FBI does its job? And what, if anything, is the FBI going to need, perhaps even in terms of modifying or changing some of the laws that exist?
Ted, I'm not sure that it would change the method by which the FBI would pursue this investigation. I believe they will be pursuing this investigation as they would any major case, and that is take the leads, take the case wherever the facts take them. If it takes it to an international arena where there's a large number of conspirators, perhaps even some state or nation involvement, so be it. There'd be a complete and total exchange of that information developed with the CIA, with the military, and of course with the government. If, on the other hand, you have the situation like in Oklahoma City, where it turned out to be 4 or 5 individuals who knew anything about the case, and there was no other involvement other than those 3 or 4 individuals. It'd be difficult to describe that as a war. If, on the other hand, this case or another one like it takes the investigation and involves many people from many nations, then you may indeed go into the war footing or the war description, as has been alluded to. But suffice it to say that the investigation will proceed in whatever direction the leads take it until there's a full development of all the facts.
What I'm asking you to talk about a little bit, and you've begun to do that, but I'd like you to take it a little bit further. The country is in pain right now. The country is hurting. The country is angry. There will be political pressure. It is all too easy for a nation that has spent more than 200 years developing its democratic freedoms to say, let's set them aside. There's nothing more important right now than finding the people responsible for this and reacting against the people who were responsible. And I would just like you to talk, because there is talk already in Congress, as you know, about the possibility of giving our intelligence agencies more power than they have had in the last few years, of perhaps giving our police forces more power than they have had in the last few years. There's always an upside and a downside to these things. Just reflect on that for a moment, would you?
Yes, there is, Ted, but this country over its history has never gone to the extent of having a national police force. I think earlier on in the program there was reference to the FBI as being a national police force. The FBI has never regarded itself in that capacity. In fact, J. Edgar Hoover and every director has maintained very publicly that the FBI is not a national police force. It does have national responsibilities, and it executes and carries out those responsibilities to the full extent that it's capable of doing, and doing very, very well. But it is not a national police force. I really don't believe that the people of this country, in spite of the anger that they now feel, which is totally justified, will throw everything out the window, all of our principles, our beliefs, and go into a complete mode of revenge and do things that are not warranted or called for by our Constitution and by the way in which we believe we conduct ourselves as a people.
General Downing, one more broad line of questioning that I'd like to engage in with you, and that is over the past 50 years, growing out of the post-World War II period and the U.S.-Soviet adversary-like relationship that existed for so many years, we were preparing for a different kind of war. We are the world's greatest nuclear power. We have the world's most powerful Air Force, the world's most powerful Navy. That's not the kind of war that we're talking about right now, is it? And I guess my question to you is, do we have the right machinery and the right strategy and the right people for fighting this kind of a war?
Well, the paradigm has changed, Ted. There's no doubt about it. I think in a lot of cases we look back 12 years to the fall of the Berlin Wall as kind of the good old days. We knew what we were up against. We had a monolithic communist enemy. We in the U.S. military were oriented on attacking the Soviet Union from 360 degrees, 24 hours a day, in as great a depth as we could, and it really gave us a focus. And when that situation fell apart, and then of course, the Berlin Wall fell on the 9th of November, 1989, an event I'll never forget, and followed very closely within about a year with the collapse of the Soviet Union. This entire model shifted, and we all of us, I think, breathed a deep sigh, saying, "Well, now finally, we're going to get a peace dividend. We can reorient ourselves." We very quickly found ourselves involved in a war out there in the desert in Iraq, where we achieved a stunning victory. And of course, we displayed to the world our capabilities and our competence. And I think we told any enemy that if they were going to take us on, that was not the way to do it. And then from this arose this concept of an asymmetric threat. People not going after our strengths, not confronting us in areas where we could put our strengths against them, but attacking us in ways where we were not strong, where we had weaknesses. And I think what we saw yesterday was an ultimate manifestation beyond, I think, what any of us dreamed possible, where we had a terrorist group attack us with what can only be called weapons of mass destruction because of the incredible amount of not only casualties, but who could have foreseen that they could drop the Twin Towers? I mean, I couldn't see that they could do that. And so what we see now is an enemy demonstrating that they can attack us in ways which, while we have been prepared, we've talked a lot about it, we've done a lot of studies on it, in the last just 3 or 4 years, we haven't taken some of those real tough steps to prepare ourselves for this new world and this new threat. And, why haven't we, Ted?
How do you... Well, I forgive me, and yeah. I'm going to keep pointing out during the evening. There's a little bit of a time delay between London and back there in the United States, so it's sometimes we step on each other a little bit, and I apologize to you for doing that. How do you fight a war against an enemy who doesn't acknowledge his own existence? In other words, no one has taken responsibility for this attack so far. So who is the enemy? Where is the enemy? I think we throw the name Osama bin Laden around as much as anything else because it gives a personification to what is otherwise just a bunch of people in shadow.
Right. Well, listen, I think we are a very adaptable people. I think the Americans we're creative. We are adaptable. We can change. And I think we have changed and we continue to change. I fully believe that the investigation that's going on right now with the FBI, as Mr. Kennedy describes it, I think certainly the actions of our intelligence agencies, all of them, led by the DCI, are very quickly going to identify for us who the perpetrators of this were. And I think we've got some very good means of determining what the linkages are. And then I think we're also going to be able to find out where these people came from. And I think also with our great resources and our dedication, we're going to find out where they are. And then we're going to go get them.
General Downing, Mr. Kennedy, I thank you both very much. I know it's been a long day for both of you, and you've been very generous with your time to us and our colleagues. I do want to add a story that I read on one of the wire services just before coming on the air this evening. I believe it is unconfirmed. I should say that it comes from an Arab news agency, but there are reports that Osama bin Laden is being held under house arrest by the Taliban authorities in Afghanistan. Again, as I say, that is an unconfirmed story, but the story goes on to say that his weapons have been taken away from him, as have the weapons of some of his supporters, and that he is being held under house arrest, I believe, in the Afghan capital of Kabul. Nightline's Chris Bury is in Nashville, Tennessee tonight. He is one of many Americans who is stranded and unable to return to his home city. We have that in common. You're in Tennessee, I'm in London for the same reason. You can't get there from here. Chris, talk about this larger problem now of transportation in the United States. Do you have any sense of when things are going to start getting back to normal?
The air traffic system is moving very, very slowly to get up and going again. United Airlines, for example, has begun to ferry empty planes to airports around the country to pre-position them for when passenger traffic resumes. After that, the top priority is moving passengers whose planes were diverted yesterday from their destination airports, including about 250 international flights diverted to Canada and about 650 domestic flights that were ordered to land at various airports around the country. The scene here at Nashville's airport was eerily quiet this afternoon. For a second straight day, all 400 flights in and out were canceled. Southwest Airlines, the major carrier here, says it won't resume any service until Thursday. 16 commercial planes were diverted to Nashville in the moments after the attack. Late today, just a handful of passengers hung on to some hope they could get out soon, including these women who'd been on a flight from Hartford to Houston when the plane was suddenly ordered to land in Nashville.
They told us to wait in the airport because that's how we would know when our plane was leaving. That all new flights were canceled. Nobody could book new flights or, get out of here except the ones that were just diverted to Nashville.
All of them were sporting patriotic ribbons, courtesy of a Nashville resident who had offered meals and lodging to stranded passengers.
People ought to show their solidarity. So I brought my ribbons if anybody wanted to, wear one or whatever.
Here, as in airports across the country, the FAA's new security directives announced today were just taking hold. All airports were ordered to display an increased police presence. Curbside check-in has been banned, along with off-site check-in at airport hotels. To comply with the new guidelines, major airports must conduct searches with bomb-sniffing dogs. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed in the gate area. No knives of any kind can be carried or sold. In Memphis today, we saw tow trucks out enforcing the new FAA directive, banning any cars within 300 feet of the terminal building. A nasty surprise when their owners return, but for now, at least, passengers seem resigned to the added inconvenience the extra security will mean.
I think it's something we have to do. If we have to have more security to make it safe to travel, we've got to do it. It may be inconvenient, but I thought all day yesterday, how did this happen?
Tonight, law enforcement sources are telling us that hundreds of federal agents U.S. Customs, Border Patrol, U.S. Marshals, hundreds of federal agents will be fanning out tomorrow at 17 major airports around the country, obviously both to protect passengers and as a psychological show of force. But as to the larger question you raised, exactly when will air traffic resume in this country, no one tonight has a very good answer. Ted?
Chris, do you have any idea, if you can just give me a quick answer, any idea of what still needs to be done? What is it that is holding up the resumption of normal air traffic?
There's a lot of confusion because of these FAA directives. Some of them apply to the airports, for example, the ban on curbside check-in. Others apply to the airlines, for example, a new directive today that comprehensive searches must be made of aircraft after the catering and after the cleaning. But it's not clear who's supposed to conduct those searches. Is it the flight attendants? Is it the maintenance people? Is it the pilots? Those sorts of questions all have to be sorted out. The FAA has to be happy with the response of the airports and the airlines before it's going to give the green light.
Chris Bury, many thanks. New York City is usually known as a place of hustle and bustle. Today, it was anything but. I'm going to go back now once again to my Nightline colleague, Michelle Martin, who has a report.
Morning on the day after. Today brought to light the awful incongruity. A beautiful day, and with it, a new understanding of the devastation. Visible for the first time was the extent of the damage to the buildings surrounding the World Trade Center. Buildings were buckling, windows were blown out, and the task ahead seemed monumental.
We've seen devastation, but this was the worst. This is the worst we've ever seen. Bodies everywhere. Terrible.
The strain of the mission was clear on the faces of these firefighters. Most had been there all night. At about 7 a.m., what would have been the height of morning rush hour, New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani was one of the few people moving through the streets of Manhattan. He was on his way to encourage exhausted workers.
Thank you for your help. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your help. Thank you.
And to tour the damage by daylight.
We're doing searches. We have made some recovery of victims, recovery of remains. We may have found one or two viable remains, but I wouldn't, not for public consumption, so to speak. Terrific effort. Everybody's working hard, sir.
I can see that. You did a great job. I can't tell you how much clearer this looks than yesterday. Unbelievable. Great job. Within 12 hours. Great job.
Even as the reality of the unimaginable set in, it was hard even for New York's voluble mayor to cope with the loss of one of New York's most famous landmarks.
Well, everything's relative when you look up there and you don't see the World Trade Center. It's unbelievable.
There were signs of hope.
We have been successful in recovering at least one other person, Port Authority police officer. We're hopefully going to be able to recover a fourth one. And we're in the process of doing everything we can to try to locate other people.
But those were small glimmers in a day when it became clear that the odds for survivors were very small. As the day progressed and the cleanup continued, the promised reinforcements arrived, and the image of the National Guard taking to the streets of the city seemed both ominous yet reassuring at the same time. The incongruities continued. In the rest of Manhattan, blocks away from Ground Zero, empty streets in Midtown in the middle of the afternoon, reports ABC's James Walker.
It's 1:45 p.m. and I'm standing here on 8th Avenue at the corner of 40th Street. And any other day, I could never do this. Parked over there would be dozens of taxi cabs waiting to pick up hundreds of thousands of commuters who use the Port Authority building to go back and forth from New Jersey. Today, the Port Authority building is closed. And also closed major tourist centers such as Lincoln Center and the Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Empire State Building. The mood in this city is very serious and very somber.
We would urge people to go back to normal as much as possible, to go to restaurants, go shopping, do things, show that you're not afraid, show confidence in yourself and in the city.
Many New Yorkers took that advice to heart. While the airports remained closed, these cars were headed into Manhattan this afternoon. As hard as they tried to achieve a sense of normalcy, however, many could not. Usually crowded shopping areas were closed and locked. Rush hours were empty. Commutes were quiet. Even though Times Square seemed to be bustling, New Yorkers said it was still too quiet.
To us, New Yorkers that live close to here, it doesn't seem like there's anybody here. It's pretty empty. It's a little busy now, but when we came out before, it was empty.
I felt that I had to be here and I had to walk around. I had to really feel it to know that I could be okay with going to work again.
Really?
Yeah. If I didn't do it, I don't think I could just walk in one day and just start working. I had to walk around and feel that it was okay.
As evening arrived, more people felt as these men did. They had to venture out.
I still can't believe that the World Trade Center, both towers have collapsed, but I'm digesting it. I suppose tomorrow I'll be angry, but right now I'm just, on it.
But the sense of tension was never far away.
On the way here, the train stopped in between,
yeah, push down. Got it? No, it's not all the way in. Push it. Good. There you go. Engine's example is in the pocket. My oxygen is 81%. I have no flags and I'm in minimum flow. This is Houston, Roger Neal. Okay, I got the camera going at 1 frame a second. Okay. And I've got 80%, no flags. Good. Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston? Neil, yes, we are getting a TV picture. Neil, this is Houston. We're getting a picture. You're not in at the present time. We can see the bag on the LEC being moved by Buzz, though. Here you come into our field of view. Oh, let me move that over the edge for you. Okay, ready for me to come out? Yeah, just stand by a second. I'll move this over the handrail. Okay. All right, that's got it. Are you ready? All set. Okay, you saw what difficulties I was having. I'll try to watch your bliss from underneath here. All right, the backup camera is position. Okay, your press looks like it's clear and okay. The toes are about to come over the sill. Okay, now drop your bliss down. There you go, you're clear. And laterally, you're good. Got an inch clearance on top of your bliss. Okay, you need a little bit of arching of the back to come down. How far are my feet from the Okay, you're right at the edge of the porch. Okay. Back in from small little foot movement. Porch. Arching of the back. Moment comes up and clears the bulkhead without any trouble at all. That's good.
"45 minutes PLSS time expended."
Neil, this is Houston. Based on your camera transfer with the LEC, do you foresee any difficulties in SRC transfer over? Difficulties in SRC? Negative.
That's the sample return containers, the rock boxes that Capcom.
Now I want to back up and partially close the hatch. Making sure not to lock it on my way out. Particularly good thought. That's our home for the next couple hours. We want to take good care of it. Okay, I'm on the top step and I can look down over the RCU and landing gear pad. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next. Yeah, that matter to be very comfortable and walking is also very comfortable. You've got 3 more steps and then a long one. Okay, I'm going to leave that 1 foot up there and both hands down about the 4th rung up. There you go. Okay, now I think I'll do the same. A little more. About another inch. There, you got it? That's a good step. Yep. About a 3-footer. Beautiful view. Isn't that something? Magnificent sight out here. Magnificent desolation.
Both PLSS is nominal on consumables.
Looks like the secondary strut. Have little thermal effects on it right here, Neil. Yeah, I noticed that. Seems to be the worst, although similar effects are on all around. Very, very fine powder, isn't it? Isn't it fine? Right in this area, I don't think there's much of any but fine powder. Some clouds together, and it's hard to tell whether it's a clod or a rock. Now you can pick it out. Yeah, and it bounces and then. Taking down, fairly easy. Got my suit 30 at this stage. The mass of the backpack does have some effect in inertia. There's a slight tendency I can see now to backwards due to the soft, very soft texture. Hey, you're standing on a rock, big rock there now. Patcher didn't. No, it didn't. Absolute no crater there at all from the engine. No. I wonder if that right under the engine is where probe might hit. I like that. Yeah, I think that's a good representation of our sideward velocity of touchdown. That folded the probe. I'll see that probe over on the minus Y strut. Broken off and bent back up. That did, didn't it? The other two boats bent over. Can't say too much for the visibility right here without the visor up. Pretty dark. It looks like there's a surface of a flat, rounded rock. And incidentally, these rocks, very powdery surface. Say again, please, Buzz. You're cutting out. And here's some please, Buzz. I say that the rocks are rather slippery. Roger. Very powdery surface. When it's on there, fill up all the very little fine porises. They'll tend to slide over it rather easily. Neil Armstrong getting ready to move the TV camera now out to its panorama position. Traction seems like good. Particular area. Start to lose my balance in one direction, and recovery is quite natural and very easy. And moving arms around. Jack doesn't dot the surface. Not quite that light-footed. And I have the insulation off the Mesa now. The Mesa seems to be in good shape. You have to be careful that you're leaning in the direction you want to go. Otherwise, you slightly inebriate. 80. So if you have to cross your foot over to stay underneath where your center of mass is. And Neil, didn't I say we might see some purple rocks? Find the purple rocks? Yep. Very small, sparkly fragments are rock. They're reflected on in places. I would make a first guess at some sort of biotite. We'll leave that to the further analysis. But soil compacts underneath. Completely no bed. You don't sink down more than a quarter of an inch.
Biotite is a brown mica substance.
Okay, Houston, I'm going to change lenses on you.
Roger, Neil. Life support consumables still looking good.
Okay, Houston, tell me, get a new picture.
Neil, this is Houston. That's affirmative. We're getting a new picture. You can tell it's a longer focal length lens. And for your information, all LEM systems are go. Over.
All LEM. I appreciate that. Thank you. Bill is now unveiling the plaque that is.
Roger, we got you four-sided, but back to one side.
Four-sided. For those who haven't read the plaque, we'll read the plaque that's on the front landing gear of this LEM. There's two hemispheres, one showing each of the two hemispheres of Earth. Underneath it says, "Here men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969 AD. It came in peace for all mankind." It has the crew members' signatures and the signature of the President of the United States. Ready for the camera? Oh, I get it. Yeah, you're taking the TV on now. Touch the LEC there. I'm afraid these soft materials are going to get dusty. Yeah, surface material powdery. I don't know how good your lens is, but if you can touches above. Very much like a very finely powdered carbon, but pretty looking. Can you pull out some of my cable for me, please? Houston, how close are you able to get things in focus?
This is Houston. We can see Buzz's right hand. It's somewhat out of focus. I'd say we were focusing down to probably about 8 inches to a foot behind the position of his hand when he was pulling out the cable.
Okay, how's the temperature look on there? Temperature of the camera is showing cold. I'm a little cool. I think I'll take. I'm on intermediate now, Houston, and I show 3.78. No flying, 70.
Houston, roger out.
And we'll probably need a little distance at back location. Television camera. And Neil, let's look at the minus Y stress. The direction of travel there. Traveling from right to left. Right. So this one over here underneath the mezzanine for the probe first hit. Minus my probe first hit. I got plenty of cable. You got plenty more. Okay, I think I got the end of it. Something interesting in the bottom of this little crater here. Maybe I keep going. We got a lot more. Okay, getting a little harder to pull out here.
If you stand on the ladder facing forward, the minus Y strut is the landing gear to your left.
Say I am, Buzz. 40, 50 feet. Why don't you turn around and let them get a view from there and see what the field of view looks like. You're backing into the cable. Okay. Turn around to your right, you better. I don't want to go into the sun if I can avoid it. That's right, yeah. I just leave it. All right, let it sit like that and walk around it. Houston, how's that field of view going to be? Pick up the mesa. Following? Good.
Neil, this is Houston. The field of view is okay. We'd like you to aim it a little bit more to the right, over.
Okay. Okay, that's all the cable we have. All the way out. I'll start working on the shoulder.
A little bit too much to the right. Can you bring it back left about 4 or 5 degrees? Okay, that looks good, Neil.
Hey, that looks good, Neil. Okay, now, think I ought to be farther away or closer? Can't get too much further away. Let's try it like that for a while. I'll get a couple panoramas with it here.
Roger, you look okay as far as distance goes, Neil, and we'll line you up again when you finish the panorama. You're going too fast on the panorama sweep. You're going to have to stop for...
I haven't stopped. I haven't set it down yet. That's the first picture in the panorama. Right there.
Roger.
It's taken just about northeast. Tell me if you got a picture, Houston.
Well, we've got a beautiful picture, Neil.
Okay, I'm going to move it.
Okay, there's another good one. Okay, we got that one.
Okay, now this one's right down front, straight west. And I want to know if you can see an angular rock in the foreground.
Roger, we have a large angular rock in the foreground and looks like a much smaller rock a couple of inches to the left of it. Over.
All right, and then on beyond it about 10 feet is an even larger rock that's very rounded. That rock is about, the closest one to you is about sticking out of the sand about 1 foot. It's about 1.5 feet long and it's about 6 inches thick, but it's standing on edge.
Roger.
And Neil, I've got the table out. The bag deployed.
We got this here, Neil.
Straight south.
Roger, and we see the shadow of the limb.
And the hill, Roger, the little hill just beyond the shadow of the limb is a pair of elongate craters. Probably the pair together is 40 feet long and 20 feet across, and they're probably 6 feet deep. We'll probably get some more work in there later.
Roger, and we see Buzz going about his work.
How's that for a final?
For a final orientation, we'd like it to come left about 5 degrees. Over. Back to the right about half as much.
Okay.
Okay, that looks good there, Neil.
Yeah, it looks good. Okay.
One hour, 7 minutes time expended.
Okay, you can make a mark, Houston.
Roger, slow in.
And incidentally, you can use the shadow that the staff makes to assist you in getting a perpendicular.
Buzz is erecting the solar wind experiment now.
Some of these small depressions big off, and you tend to think, oh, maybe 2 or 3 inches. I can suggest exactly what the layer pictures showed when they pushed away a little bit. You can force transmitted through the upper surface of the soil, and about 5 or 6 inches away, it breaks loose and moves as if it were caked on the surface, when in fact it really isn't. I noticed in the soft spots where we have footprints nearly an inch deep that the soil is very cohesive, and it will retain retain a slope of probably 70 degrees one side of the footprint.
All limb systems still looking good.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's next. Dead end, come on. I'm going to get the camera. Head up to the rocker. I'll have to extend that one. Columbia, Columbia, this is Houston, ALS, over. Houston, ALS, over.
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
Thanks, man. I don't have camera. Houston, Columbia on the right gate, over. Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over. Yeah, this is Houston, reading. Yeah, reading you loud and clear. How's it going? Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now. Great. I guess you're about the only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene. That's all right, I don't mind a bit. How is the quality of the TV? Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is. Oh, geez, that's great. Is the lighting halfway decent?
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface.
Beautiful, just beautiful. See if you can pull that end off a little bit. Straighten that end up a little. It won't go out. Okay.
Neil, this is Houston radio check over.
All right, Houston, loud and clear.
Roger out.
Loud and clear, Houston.
Roger, Buzz.
I'd like to evaluate the various paces that a person can traveling on the lunar surface. I believe I'm out of your field of view. Is that right now, Houston?
That's affirmative, Buzz. You're in our field of view now.
You do have to be. All right, you do have to be rather careful to keep track of where your center of mass is. Sometimes it takes about 2 or 3 paces to make sure that you've got your feet underneath you. And about 2 or 3 or maybe 4 easy paces can bring you to a fairly smooth stop. Direction. Like a football player, you just have to put out to the side and cut a little bit. So-called kangaroo hop. does work, but it seems your forward stability is not quite as good as it is in the more conventional one foot after another. As far as saying what a sane pace might be, I think one that I'm using now would get rather tiring after several hundred. But this may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity forces. Tranquility Base, this is Houston. Can we get both of you on the camera for a minute, please? Say again, Houston. Roger, we'd like to get both of you on the field of view of the camera for a minute. Neil and Buzz, the President of the United States is in his office now and would like to say a few words to you. Over. That would be an honor. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you do. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor and privilege for us to be here representing not only the United States, but men of peace of all nations, men with interest and a curiosity, and men with a vision for the future. Honor for us to be able to participate here today.
And thank you very much, and I look forward, all of us look forward to seeing you on the Hornet on Thursday.
Look forward to that very much, sir. Columbia, this is Houston, over. Loud and clear, Houston. Roger, I've got a P-22 auto optics pad for you. Roger, go ahead. Roger, P-22, landmark ID, LEM, T1, 1102656, T2, 1103206, 3 miles south. Time of closest approach, 1103340. Shaft, 353.855. Trunnion, 46.495.
roll 0, pitch 250, yaw 0, over.
Roger, back. Your feedback not required.
Roger, out.
Houston, it's very interesting to note that when I kick my foot tail with no atmosphere here and it's gravity, they seem to leave, and most of them have about the same angle of departure and velocity. Where I stand, the large portion of them will impact at a certain distance out. Several certain percentage, of course, that will impact different regions out, but it's highly dependent upon initial trajectory upwards, where most of the priority of the particle comes down, like the terrain.
Roger, Buzz, and break, Columbia. This is Houston. When you track out of high gain antenna limits, request Omni Delta. Omni Delta, over.
Come in. I've noticed several times in going from the sunlight into shadow that just as I go in, I catch an additional reflection off the lens, along with the reflection off my face onto the visor, makes visibility very poor just at the transition sunlight into the shadow. I essentially have so much glare coming onto my visor, I'm in shadow until helmet actually gets shadow, and then it takes a short while for my eyes to adapt to lighting conditions. Inside the shadow area, visibility, as we've said before, is not too great, but both visors up. We can certainly get what sort of footprints we have and the general condition of the soil. And after being out in the sunlight a while, it takes a minute. Watch it, Neil. Neil, you're on the cable. Okay. Yeah, lift up your right foot. Right foot. It's still, your toe is still hooked in it. That one? Yeah, it's still hooked in it. A minute. Okay, you're clear now. Thank you. Let's move that over this way.
Neil Armstrong has the scoop for the bulk sample collection.
The boot color of my boots have completely disappeared now into this small. Still don't know exactly what color to describe this other than grayish cocoa color. Seems to be covering most of the wider part of the boot. Color that has very fine particles.
Buzz, this is Houston. You're cutting out on the end of your transmission. Can you speak a little more closely into your microphone, over?
Roger, I'll try that.
Beautiful.
Now I had that one inside my mouth that time.
Sounded a little wet.
A little wet.
Neil's been on the surface an hour now. Buzz, not quite 20 minutes less than that.
In general, time spent in the shadow doesn't seem to have any thermal effects. Maybe we're still inside the suit. There is a difference, of course, in the coming radiation and helmet, so I think there's a tendency to feel a little cooler in the shadow than we feel out in the sun.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Columbia, this is Houston, over.
1 hour and a half expended on the PLSSs now.
Columbia, this is Houston, over. Columbia, this is Houston, over.
Houston, Columbia, Delta.
Roger, you should have VHF ALS with the LEM right about now. VHF LOS will be at 40 minutes, 15 seconds, over.
Thank you.
Heart rates on both crewmen averaging between 90 and 100. Flight surgeon reports they're right on the predicted number of the BTU units expended in energy of work. And he thinks they're in great shape.
I look around the area, the contrast in general is comes about completely by virtue of the shadows. Almost deep. Down sun, zero phase, very light colored gray, light gray colored, like the halo around my own shadow, around the shadow of my helmet. Then as I look off cross sun, the contrast becomes strongest in that the surrounding color is still fairly light. As you look down into the sun, a larger amount of shadowed area is looking toward us. The general color of the surrounding darker than cross sun. Contrast is not as great. Surveying all the dusty area that we've picked up, considerably darker in texture. Now, I've picked up one. I imagine that this has been out by certain impacts that that's a distinct surveyor. The same is true. I survey crops on along the area that we're walking. General, is to the fact that there are footprints there. General terrain where I've been up out of this surface trail is generally of a darker contrast on the color.
You can see Neil Armstrong bringing the scoop.
The ram I'll be taking is about 30 to 40 feet out the bus. But I say again with strut, please, Buzz. So it seems the plus V strut. Roger. Right in this area, there are two craters. The one that's right in front of me now, as I look off in about the 11 o'clock position from spacecraft, about 30 to 35 feet across, and several rocks and boulders, 6, 8 inches across, different sizes.
Neil is filling the bulk sample bag attached to a scale. You can see him in the picture. Buzz is behind the limb at the minus Z strut. That's the landing gear directly opposite the ladder. Neil's been on the surface about an hour and 10 minutes now.
I'm now in the area of the minus Y strut. Taking some second photographs.
Buzz is making his way around the lamb, photographing it from various angles, looking at its condition on all sides. Neil's still occupied with the bulk sample. One hour, 40 minutes time expended on the PLSSs now.
How's the bulk sample coming, Neil? Bulk sample is just being sealed. Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. Roger, no marks on the left that time. I did see a suspiciously small white object move towards the car.
Go ahead with the coordinates on the small white object.
EZ.37.6, but I really can't, but it's right on the southwest rim of a crater. I think they would know it if they were in such a location. It looks like their lamp would be pitched up quite a degree. It's on the southwest wall of a smaller crater.
Roger, copy Echo decimal 3 and 7 decimal 6. And Columbia, this is Houston. While I'm talking to you, LOS will be at 111 19er 31. ALS 112 0543. Over. Columbia, this is Houston. Did you copy LOS, AOS times? Over.
Copy. AOS. Negative, Houston. You're broken. Disregard. I get them off the flight plan.
Roger, out.
The frost deflector that's mounted on quad 1 seems to be a good bit more wrinkled. Right now on quad 4.
You're breaking up again, Buzz.
I say the jet deflector that's mounted on quad 4 seems to be, the surface of it seems to be more wrinkled than the one that's on quad 1. Generally, underneath part of the lem seems to have stood up quite well to the, we'll get some pictures in the half part of the lem. The sun illuminate the thermal effects much better than we could get them up here in the front.
Roger out.
I want to get some particular photographs of the bulk sample area, Neil.
Okay.
And Houston, Buzz here, I'm showing 3.78 SI. 3%, no flag. Adequate. Light warming, fingers. Roger, and Neil has 66%. O2, no flags. Minimum cooling, and the suit pressure is 382.
Houston, roger out.
Neil has finished collecting and packing the bulk sample.
Buzz, this is Houston. Have you removed the close-up camera from the mesa you had over?
Negative, thank you.